Incoming transmission.
Welcome to Saving Star Trek, a show talking about one of my favorite shows, Enterprise. I am Linda Park. I play Hoshi Sato and also Empress Sato. So enjoy this show. I love that it's finding a whole new life on the streaming services. And you better hit that like button or Empress Sato will not be happy. I mean, she could make a storm happen. And she could really make your life hard. Anyways, enjoy the show, hit that like button, and thank you for being a fan of Enterprise.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, sirs and madams. It's your buddy Admiral Teague. Boy, have we ever got a great episode of Star Trek for you tonight. And also, we have some proof that our mission is succeeding. I was on the interweb today, and I saw the people out there pleading for Starfleet Academy. And we're going to have a little bit of a ritual in a few minutes to enjoy our victory of having this show canceled. First, I want to say hello to everybody who's out there. Ask you to hit the like and follow buttons, whether you're coming through now or later. And so far, I see Radioactive. I see the Real Head Case. Buddy Hepburn is here. Cal-El, hello, sir. Resolute and Iris. Hello, Iris. Iris Costa do Capito Kirk. I think I've said that correctly. Although I don't know about Portuguese, but in Spanish, did you know that the word Kirk is Iglesias is the word for Kirk. They're both words for church. Anyway, as we found out, Star Trek starts. It's the truth. Kirk and chapel both.
Oh yes,
church
from the German word Kirche.
Right. Yes.
Meaning church. Yes.
Well, Kirk is the outright Dutch word, like word letter for letter.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I found that out when I was in Amsterdam. I liked, of all the countries in the world to watch Star Trek in, aside from America, my favorite was the Netherlands because it was in English, because that's their official language. In Spain, it was pretty interesting to watch Star Trek. But as you know, on this channel, we have a patent tradition.
Carthaginians defending the city were attacked by 3 Roman legions.
And we keep a tradition the way Patton would. Well, the way I see it, we just vanquished Starfleet Academy pretty completely. So, JT, would you please do me the honor of reading the final monologue from the movie Patton to begin our triumph? We will now hold for you a Roman triumph.
Certainly, Admiral. For over 1,000 years, Roman conquerors, returning from the wars, enjoyed the honor of triumph, a tumultuous parade. In the procession came trumpeters, musicians, and strange animals from conquered territories, together with carts laden with treasure and captured armaments. The conqueror rode in a triumphal chariot, the dazed prisoners walking in chains before him. Sometimes his children, robed in white, stood with him in the chariot or rode the trace horses. An indentured person stood behind the conqueror holding a golden crown and whispering in his ear a warning that all glory is fleeting.
So say we all. You heard about
the
dazed prisoners in chains. Here they are, ladies and gentlemen. These are the people of Starfleet Academy. What is it I might be talking about? Well, I have some terrible news. Change.org has a petition that is up to 15,769 signatures. That is up quite a bit from the 1,385 that it had when I discovered it yesterday. It's putting on views on signatures almost as fast as this channel puts on views. An entire Star Trek fucking just an entire Star Trek thing. It's their show.
This takes like no time to enter, and yet Disparu gets more videos or more watches on his Starfleet Academy video than this petition to bring back the show by like a magnitude of 10.
Disparu had passed this number by 90 minutes after his video was released.
Oh, sure.
Easily passed it. Here's the thing. It didn't count the people who were still in the middle of watching it either. You know what I mean? It's like a substantial, that's a beefy video. So these are the people that we beat. These are the day's prisoners in chains before Admiral Teague.
It was bad enough you ended early on Discovery. The only reason I get Paramount is because of the ability to watch new Star Trek.
With those eyes, how can you watch anything?
And to put it frankly, not every episode can be a good one.
No episodes were good.
After all, I didn't like the one with the zombies that you had on a Strange New World.
He was trying to remember,
And he ran out
barely
of time
3 months ago, and he just couldn't. He was like the one with the zombies. Wait, what was that one about again? I can't remember a plot.
Which one of your bullshit shows was that fucking on again?
Yeah.
Where's my meth? Anyway, Method Man is not the only person who feels displaced or unhappy. Let's drink some tears. This guy I thought was by far the most laughable person to endorse this show. Okay, now listen, let's not be istophobic. This man is part of the world's biggest minority, and he's also fat. He has blue eyes and red hair. We salute you, sir. My dad had blue eyes and red hair. I feel like I'm okay on this one, but you know what?
He kind of looks like maybe a Montgomery Scott in another time, perhaps.
He looks like he's connected to the end of a freaking like candy dispenser and never got. He looks like he laid down underneath the ice cream dispenser.
What's his genius take?
Germ, I would just like you to weigh in on the dazed prisoners who are groveling for Star Trek Academy.
Well, this one, you're right. He's connected to the ice cream dispenser. He's a version of Montgomery Scott who failed and drowned himself in Oreos.
This is I hope this guy's serum cholesterol drops low enough for him to find out the petition drive failed. Here comes another pathetic beg. Here we go.
This is important for us to do because Star Trek is our way of seeing the future for what
Who's we?
it really is. Something.
Wait, the future hasn't happened yet, so how can you see it for what it really is?
Hopeful and something attainable.
You know, I got news for you, Germ. If we wait long enough, we'll be in the future. What do you think of that?
Well, I'll give this guy credit. At least he's articulate compared to the meth heads and everything else they scraped off of Fiverr.
I don't know how these people did this for like a steel book of Paramount of like Paramount shows. They did it for like 1 month to watch Landman and like a steel book of Star Trek Discovery to sell.
And if we keep doing this to shows like Starfleet Academy, we're going to lose.
Wait, I thought it was the most. They were all really successful. This would seem that he didn't get the memo, right? It's really hard to do a beg up when none of your shows have ever been anything but the bestest ever.
That sense of hope.
He looks like the guy who was contacting me about Alberta independence. A little thinner, but he reminds me of the Alberta independence guy.
Sir, speaking of the future, Gavin Blackburn joins us from the future.
Gavin!
This is the time of year where the United Kingdom, Great Britain, launches into the future.
Oh, the time change is happening for you tonight? I hope it goes well.
Yeah, I'm not talking about any canceled 19th Doctor or any of that rubbish. I'm talking about daylight saving. Yeah.
Radioactive Actual with a generous $2 Greenlandian greenback super chat says, with Hogwarts canceled. With Hogwarts canceled, what do we hate watch now? we're going to watch something that's enjoyable tonight, something that's really fun. But right now, I think what we're going to do is we're going to do like the ancient Romans, and we're going to see the dazed prisoners driven before us in chains. I mean, if there's nothing, I have truly these. But let's remember, these are the people who have called us yacht stickers or Yahtzees. These people have called us every political name in the book. These people have called me a transphobe. These are this is what has been said on behalf of people who say they're fans of the show. Not these particular individuals here. They seem lovely, if dumb, but they seem lovely. But these people are part of a fandom that has called me a Nazi, that has called me a communist, which is fucked up because my father was killed from fighting communism. These people have called us misogynists. Germ only with an open hand, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know where they're coming from. But this woman is the best. Germ is convinced that she's reading a script off her phone or that she remembered as much as she could. And she gets us in well under, I guess, what do they give about 30, 35 seconds max to record your video endorsement?
Yeah, I believe it's a 30-second max video.
All right, so here we go.
We love Starfleet Academy. Please don't take it off.
Could you make this video more annoying?
It's the only thing that Starfleet has right now, and
what you meant to say was the
only
only
thing that
Star
Starfleet
Trek has right now. She meant to say Germ is right. She's botching a script off her phone. She's like, it's the only thing that Star Trek has right now, is what she meant to say.
we want to watch it. Please don't take it from us.
We have to see this again because
Please
it's so out of
take
touch.
it from us. Please do not take it from us.
Yeah, I mean, she's from Mud's planet. What can I tell you?
We love Starfleet Academy. Please don't take it off. It's the only thing that Starfleet has right now, and we want to watch.
You want to watch it. Yeah, they already know that. They want to watch it. It's us that will not watch it.
It.
Yeah.
Please don't take it from us.
Definitely reading a script.
And I haven't, this guy's new. Do we want to hear what this guy has to say? Let's see.
I'm a big fan because I believe friendship and discovering people's realities could be.
Sir, I need you to put your hands on the side of the car. I'm now going to issue what's called a field sobriety test. Anyone else with me on this one?
Well, I'd have to hear the whole thing to really know.
Be just as big as exploring the galaxy.
I'll let you hear it again.
I'm a big fan because I believe friendship and discovering people's realities could be just as big as exploring the galaxy.
I'm sorry.
I think that one could be real. I think that one might be real.
Yeah, and real drunk. I love this one.
Sorry for the potato quality, but what I wanted to say is that Star Trek Academy is the first time I've ever felt heard.
What?
I'm sorry for the quality, but Starfleet Academy is the first time I've ever felt heard. Oh my God.
Dealt with transphobia, homophobia. I've been watching Star Trek since I was 4 in 87.
Were you already exposed to transphobia when you were in 1987 at that age? And if so, like, how did you know?
When TNG came out.
I don't remember shit from when I was 4. Anybody else? My teddy bear. I remember my favorite teddy bear.
I remember seeing real Star Trek when I was 4, but
I remember seeing real Star Trek when I was 4, but I don't think I could tell you more than I think it was the Cloudminders.
I knew the bridge of the 1701D. Like I could tell you, hey, that's the bridge from Star Trek.
I knew it.
And that's about it, right? That's about it. I think Nagilum scared the shit out of me when I was like 4 years old, right?
Can we send Nagilum for these people? This guy, if this is true, sir, please. There are phone numbers
when
you
I
can
was
call.
4, Admiral, I felt heard because, as an omnipotent creature such as Nagilum, it was great to have him on screen so I could feel heard.
Yes, exactly.
Right. What nonsense? What nonsense?
Let's listen to this guy again. This was too good.
There's never been a time we needed to show more about developing yourself.
Another person who's like looking off camera and reading. Like, you guys can tell when I'm sometimes reading because I'm like this, like a lot of times I'll take off my glasses if I'm wearing them. I'll look right into the camera. I'll turn on the camera if it's not on to try to make a point. This is some of the worst reading I've ever seen.
Growing internally in a time of upheaval.
Does he have a nose ring? Does he have a nostril ring?
Look, okay, if you have a non-conventional lifestyle, whatever of his it is that he's using to say the show shouldn't be canceled, there are avenues in life where if you feel like you can't express yourself, you can go out there in the world and make friends doing something that's fun. And people aren't going to judge you for stuff like that, right? And I'm not talking like you have to go find a gay bar or something with that purpose. You just go find a hobby.
Most of these people's problems, but
but I'm saying there's ways that you can have outlets and have fun, and it's not about you. Join an archery club, go volunteer somewhere.
St. Paul right now.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Something tells me this guy's at a Springsteen concert in St. Paul right now. Tell me I'm not right. Jerm, what do you think? Springsteen t-shirt in the closet?
That's not the only thing in the closet.
Kal-El brings up a good point. They
assault
kind of sound
on
like
home soil and foreign land.
They kind of sound like 46 in how he spoke.
46 as in Biden?
Yeah.
He's one of our most poorly spoken, if not most poorly spoken president in the history of the office.
Right.
This guy's too much.
And we need the Star Trek. I need the Star Trek. We all.
You need a shave.
Will do.
We have to hear this guy again. That was this. You know what? Please, I hope you phoned help next. This was recorded days ago.
Sorry for the potato quality, but what I wanted to say is that.
Okay, so sorry for the potato quality.
Star Trek Academy is the first time I've ever felt heard.
Like I said, go find a hobby, go find something to give to other people, like volunteering. Go work at a soup kitchen.
Go to every single roller derby fucking tournament in your fucking town and make a friend.
Go read to
There's
people.
lesbians there too, since that's what you're comfortable with.
Go sing in a retirement house. I mean, there's so many different
Church
things.
Choir.
Yeah, there's so many different things that you could do that help other people, and it will make you feel better than how this
This guy's life is so bad
TV
that I would say
to look like him. It's such a weird idea. It is a very weird idea.
It gets weirder. It gets so much weirder. It becomes geopolitical. Germ, is this when you recorded this? What were you thinking? You could just come out and admit it now.
No, I'm not the guy who paid to have these people record these messages. I think that was Kurtzman.
I don't know if these people are believable. You tell us. Here we go. This guy's too much. So until Starfleet Academy, he never felt heard. Not through Prodigy, not through Star Trek Discovery, all through Strange New World. None of this spoke to him. Deep Space Nine, Voyager, Year of Hell, Carbon Creek. Nothing about this. Nothing touched him. Nothing. Never.
That weird episode where Riker dated the third wheel kind of character. If you get my meaning,
he's not biased against people in their preference, but he has a strong bias against the 4:3 aspect ratio. He won't watch that. He won't. You keep those words out of your mouth, JT.
I did find a really
transphobia,
nice. I did find it hilarious. Did you watch Nerdrotic's Supercut like the 2-hour supercut of his SFA reviews? He did have links. He did have links to AI videos where they had Will Smith in a DS9 era uniform, you know, the gray top uniform. And he would say things like, take Star Trek out of your GD mouth. It was a perfect edit. It was so great. And I feel like we need to
on this one. We just read the super chat. Radioactive Actual. Thank you. It says, now we won't be sorting the transporter origin story. Now we won't be getting the sorting transporter origin story. Oh,
it's a Harry Potter Hogwarts joke. Yeah.
It took me a moment. I don't know Harry Potter that well. The movies are good, but they're fixing that. Don't worry. The bad Harry Potter movies will be installed on Tuesday. Hello, Iris. Hello to Kal-El. I think I agreed to when he came in. Mr. Angel. Hello, sir. Buddy is here now. I think I said hi to Gavin. I hope I've acknowledged everyone. This is just we're enjoying the triumph of the vanquishment of the people from Starfleet Academy. If Sean was here, I think he'd be really enjoying this too. Sean's one of the nicest people, but I think that what he hears from the people who like new Star Trek, it sort of scratches like an itch that like he didn't know he had. Like they made the people who like Star Trek Academy who were antagonizing him got to him in a way that I never saw anyone annoy him.
Phobia.
This guy covers every phobia. We've got to. There's only 30 seconds, folks. You've got to hear this.
I've been watching Star Trek since I was 4 in '87 when TNG came out.
Now, other people have already played this on YouTube, I'm sure, so I'm going to treat it transformational.
There's never been a time we needed to show more about developing yourself, growing internally in a time of upheaval.
Growing internally in a time of upheaval.
I like to grow externally.
Assault on home soil and foreign land.
Whoa. Starfleet Academy was preventing the war. The war starts as soon as Starfleet Academy ended, didn't it, guys?
Oh, yeah.
Hours later.
Yeah.
We're responsible. We're part of the problem, right? They say that the people who talked badly about it were the reason the show ended. So,
is this guy from like Portland? He has to be from like Portland or somewhere.
Minnesota.
We need the Star Trek. I need the Star Trek. We all do.
Who the hell says the Star Trek?
I don't know, but I feel great. That was extremely rewarding, and I want to thank you, sirs and madams, for watching that with me. Wow. I never thought that I would have a chance to get my Roman triumph. It was pretty amazing to get that. It's been a fantastic year. And Radio Actual, thank you very much for the generous $2 Greenlandian Greenback Super Chat. And with that, let's get on towards our Star Trek episode. Last week, we had part 1 was called United. Or 2 weeks ago, because we stopped and we did William Shatner Day. So this is part 2. And what we're doing here is, this is why it feels like a 3-parter. It doesn't strongly end. They see the show. Like we have a segment that kind of, it's ending enough, but it's not a hard end. Like, it's not like, well, that's another one in the books. Like, that's the end of that chapter. None of that. We
Admiral,
have like,
sir, you have a subspace message.
Segues.
Yeah.
Oh, hey. Radioactive Actual. I am sorry. I am behind on these tonight. I was enjoying their pain. It's what like
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
I think I need to make up for it with the Sir montage.
Sir, steam is better. Sir, honestly, the dogs are better. Sir, I have the man. Sir, my name is Raisin. $1 billion, sir. $1.1 billion, sir. Sir, he has a cold. Don't shake his head. Sir.
When he starts rattling off huge sums of money, that's like, how much does it cost to make Star Trek New Trek? $1 billion, sir. $1.1 trillion, sir. So at any rate,
Steam is better. Steam is better, and that was the problem with 2009. There was not enough steam in the beer shop that they were working at. I don't even know, the Budweiser plant. Not enough steam in main engineering.
I just did a quick refresh before I close the page. In the roughly 2 hours we've had that page open since I went to Germ's channel, it put on less than 100 signatures. Worldwide franchise. I think people get the message loud and clear. I think people are getting the message loud and clear. Hello, PBE. It's good to see you, my friend. PBE 777. It's good to see you here. All right. So, JT, you weren't here. You weren't able to be here for part 1, United.
That's a prophetic title, by the way.
It is.
Star Trek
United.
In quotes, Enterprise United.
And
United. Yeah.
We had an unmasking at that show, and it was quite enjoyable. And we got to talk to a little bit to Mike Sussman, who agreed to chat back and forth with us here with you and us. And I got to say that was really fulfilling. And then yesterday's Doomcock video where he said that he's sure that Kurtzman is finished. And now with everyone starting to talk about Star Trek United, just remember where you heard that first. All right, your source for the first in Star Trek news. And I feel that. Damn, that was one enjoyable pinata party on the fans of Starfleet Academy. Did anyone else enjoy their pain? I'm going to drink some of their tears right now.
It's never, I'm not going to say never. Kicking someone when they're down is not great. I just don't think that any of this is really.
You have no right to be down over that. That is not kicking you when you're down. Yeah. Oh, their fans were a rounding error, right? 15,000 people in the world. This is live for like 6 days now.
That you can't, if you have something that's supposed to be a worldwide sensation and you can't even fill a minor league baseball stadium with the number of people that sign it,
you would finally be filling it up now. You would finally have just filled it up.
Well, Admiral, how much does Paramount Plus cost?
$8.99, sir. $1 million, sir. $1.1 billion, sir.
So what is that? $8.99 times, we'll say they're going to get 16,000 people to sign this thing. If all of the money went directly to no overhead, blah, 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 whatever you want to say, $143,840. Now, I don't know how much it costs to make an episode of that slop, because it was broken out over 2 seasons.
$10 million an episode.
Yeah, so
it looked like $100,000
you're going to have
worth of production.
16,000 people subbing for like the rest of their life to pay off Starfleet Academy season 1.
Yeah, what do you think this is? A Florida school district? You're going to have a bunch of people's moms come in there unpaid, just volunteer to read stuff off the wall?
So, look, if this is really, I don't know what percentage of the total people that consider themselves fans and what percentage of these signatures are real, by the way.
Never felt seen.
Yeah.
Another person seemed to connect it to global strife.
Look, The Expanse was canceled at least once, right? At least once. And they had millions of people to get them to say, okay, yeah, we'll give it another chance. This is such a low showing that
they have the platform of being streaming and having all that PR money and the apparatus of Secret Hideout plus the Rings of Power people on their side. So a lot of help, a lot louder than our message.
Look, more people forget that, like, an episode that's on regular broadcast television comes on every week. Like, you know what I mean? Like, say, I don't know, another
to be
CBS
fair, there are twice as many people signing this who are watching than who are watching MS Now at any given time. That's true. That's true. Daytime watch figures for MS Now are under 7,000 people, sometimes under 2,000 people. Ooh. This show can sometimes do better.
Ouch.
Like during a commercial break, when everyone walks out of the room and there's like only 8 or 9 people watching it worldwide. It's like Hassan Piker is like their number 1 viewer.
Didn't Nerdrotic have more than this during his Spock in a Chair live stream?
He did. He absolutely. Jerm, I just want to hear from you. Did you enjoy seeing the day's prisoners driven before you? Did you enjoy our little Roman triumph? I think we earned it. You're muted, or I can't hear you.
Okay, there we go.
There you go.
What
did you think of our? What did you think of our little Roman triumph right there, where we got to see the dazed prisoners driven before us in chains, see the musicians from strange lands, the exotic animals from the captured territories? What did you think of the fans of Star Trek, Starfleet Academy, dazed, driven before us?
Good to see people are still willing to do things for $5.
What are you saying? It's like they hung out down by where people give blood for money, or the liquor store, and they're like, "Listen, record this, and you can have another bottle of Ripple."
Oh yeah, they're just hanging out on Fiverr, trolling for quick, easy jobs.
Well, with that being said, let's turn our attention to the last week's episode. JT, last week we had Uncle Philip, and he had a little problem with his son, Carlton. Carlton had become infected and could no longer go to Bel Air High School. He had become a Klingon auglicant and was hanging out with all the wrong people. It was just one little fight, but Uncle Philip freaked out just like his sister in Philadelphia did. And in the Fresh Prince of the Delphic Expanse, we saw James Avery, Uncle Philip, as a Klingon general on one of their colony worlds, had Phlox kidnapped. And we saw Earth, we saw Phlox and Hoshi out for a night of drinks where they're just going to have some fun and let off some steam. By the way, you would imagine they would not be able to buy a drink, whether there's money or not. Like, you're Dr. Phlox of the Enterprise. Like, even the Terra Prime people would be okay with Phlox. Like, no
one would think so, as long as he doesn't do that weird smile in front of him, because that's just creepy. Right? If he just kept to himself.
Tucker. That weird smile drove his wife
away. Part one reminded me of the great saying from our First Lady, Nancy Reagan, when she said, "Just say no." Like, you think you want to do some weird experimentation with human DNA, whatnot? Just say no. Just say no. Especially when you don't know what you're doing because you're Klingons and you have no resources. Maybe you should have outsourced this, right? Maybe you could have paid somebody competent to do it, and you would have avoided this whole situation.
Welcome to previously on Saving Star Trek, where we're talking about the episode before last, because we stopped to celebrate William Shatner's birthday like any good Star Trek fan should. And I would just say right now, you wouldn't want to be led by an admiral who wouldn't celebrate William Shatner's birthday, would you? So, yeah, I'm sorry, United wasn't the name. Last week was Games to Triskelion. The previous episode to this is Affliction. Episode 15, Affliction. Where while Enterprise visits Earth for a launch of Columbia, Phlox was kidnapped and forced to help the Klingons deal with a threat to their species. Basically, Dr. Phlox is the #1 medical authority in the universe, and that actually holds up. There's not a lot of spacefaring races doing like extensive interspecies contact out there looking for people to meet, out there looking to be xenobiologists. The Vulcans don't like to explore at all. There are Klingons who just do their own Klingon thing. So it makes sense to me that you would need Dr. Phlox. That was one of the more logical parts of the story. I would just ask my my co-hosts here. We never go deeper, except I don't know if the Forge trilogy is deeper. Is this the deepest we get into anything we see on TOS?
Probably.
Outside of Mirror Mirror itself.
Discounting
by having the Defiant. Yeah. It might be. You know, look, I know that this whole episode, two-parter rather, has given people some reservation about the show and prequels in general. I actually think it's a fun explanation to try to go into why TOS and TNG Klingons look different. And I don't think it does any damage to anything. And so therefore I enjoyed the story. But it does go into maybe answering a question that people always had.
The writer felt it was a challenge or something. Manny Koto wanted to answer this question. That's how it came across to me.
Sure. And I think, you know, after 4 seasons, you earn the right to do something like this.
when it doesn't interfere with, disturb other lore. Yeah, I'll go to Germ next. Germ, what did you think of this attempt to, sew up what we see, have it add up so that there's no more cognitive dissonance needed?
It was probably about as good as they could get, but I didn't really think it was a question that really needed to be answered. I think most people just assumed that they changed the ridges because technology increased, and it was a movie, so they had money. So it really wasn't an answer that anyone really needed. But given everything else, it wasn't that bad. It didn't really interfere with anything. So it's okay.
All right, now I'll speak to this one. I regard this as a love letter to TOS and the fans. I regard this as the best explanation I've heard, although Germ is deeply familiar and so is JT. Is there a beta canon version of the story that's better than this? I mean, there were another band of Kazon-like Klingons who overran the other Klingons and pushed around the real Klingons and then got vanquished by the original Klingons, was the previous explanation.
That's the only other one I know.
I like this one better. I think this is the best explanation. Some people will say I don't need one. It's just because the show is from the 60s to the late 80s. And so things changed. I'm like, well, but we can have fun with it. It is allowed to go in and talk about this. There's no we have to just ignore it and put blinders on. Right.
And much like with the movie to the TV show, like Jerem said, we didn't need an explanation. We understood they were Klingons because they changed with the technology they could put on and they had more money. Again, more money, more technology, democratization of the technology. We had the means to visualize this, and we wait till the last minute at most development of CGI they had before we try to do it. This is the furthest they try to go with any kind of CGI, with the Klingons' skulls pulsating and stuff like that. Pretty darn impressive. I think that maybe this was something that they were dreaming of doing, and I am grateful for an addressed in-world explanation that is a good story, that is good enough, and that negates a bunch of things that I would have to. Could you imagine having to talk with the new Trekkers about this? If they didn't have because remember, they're very easily startled off. They'll be back soon and in fewer numbers, but New Trek fans are at first they're easily startled off.
This is too complicated for them. They can only read it from an angle of some type of alphabet identity justification and see through it through body positivity and acceptance and all this weirdness that has nothing to do with the actual story. And it would be seen through that lens. It'd be hyper annoying. So if they want to watch it and not understand it, I guess that's fine with me. They're watching real Star Trek at least, but it would be inappropriate to view this episode through that context.
I, again, am grateful for this episode, and I think it's one of their better lore contributions. I think they did a real great job. PCAT, hello. Good to see you, sir. I still love Deep Space Nine explanation from Worf, but still enjoyed the storyline. Well, we do not speak of it. We got one line from Worf. Hello to the dead man who has arrived.
And that was a funny moment in there. It was real, a deadpan humor moment on that DS9 episode. Nobody really had a problem with that, and it was fine. And what he said wasn't washed away by this explanation either with this episode or this two-parter. So, I think if you want to not like the way that they went into this and talked about it, that's fine. That's your right. But I don't think it needs to be that critical either. I don't think it's any worse than just looking at them in TOS than looking at them in TNG and having to just pretend like they're the exact same species in some sort of headcanon of your own.
Yeah. I mean, aside from the idea that some Kazon-like group of Klingons got a little robust and muscled around the rest. And let's face it, those TOS Klingons that we saw, they were problems, man. Like, we reused Trelane as a Klingon commander. He's not exactly the toughest warrior type. He's like, Captain, I do protest. But remember, that does still happen. I mean, were the original Klingons perfect? No. But here's the thing. What we've done here is we've also addressed, without being too specific, we've shown, not told, these are something that leads more into the TOS Klingons. I'm sorry, into the TOS Klingons than the TNG Klingons, but they have the traits of both. They're really super honorable, but they're deceitful and they're lying to each other left and right. And they're running an unprincipled experiment. Their honor hasn't leveled up yet. Also, hard time seeing a TNG Klingon being disowned by his family for being a healer. At that point, I think that maybe they valued their scientists a little bit and their people a little more. Mr. Angel addresses the other side of the argument. Sometimes not knowing everything in the lore adds mystery and honors the observer's intelligence, leaves room for the imagination. A classic issue. A little lore, too little lore, too much lore. QED. You know what? That's just the that's the abbreviation for the emoji, isn't it? I got it. Okay. Yeah, I mean, there's two different ways of looking at it. This was absolutely an unanswered question. However, I view this as a contribution of Enterprise to the fans and to the continuity.
And look, the story is good on its own, and it also doesn't do damage the way that the Borg episode in Enterprise did.
That would be the perfect episode to contrast it with. The Borg episode, no one is afraid of the Borg for a really long time. And, I just got a life sign from the planet below. It may be a bit of pre-animate matter still stuck in the Matrix. Let's see. Let's beam it right to the bridge. Well, you just missed it. We had too much fun. Sean. He may still be hooking up his audio.
Double muted somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, I have to stop beaming people up before they tell me they're ready. What can I do?
I am not a fucking asshole.
I don't know what. I know
we'll be the decider of that.
Did you see us, our little celebration? We'll do it again maybe at the end of the show, but we played the testimonials from people off of the Renew Starfleet Academy for season 3 web.
Yeah, I reacted to that.
Losers.
Yeah. Hi guys. Hi chat. How's everyone doing?
Hi Sean. It's good to see
you. We're doing.
And I apologize for being late. I made the mistake I usually do where I left the house at 6, like, I'll only be gone for 20 minutes. And then I have to go to 3 places because everything that Google said was open was not. So
okay.
Anyway.
Well, why wouldn't they be open like early evening on a Saturday?
I don't know. Things shut down a
you
little
trying
earlier.
to go to like a communist coffee shop or something?
No,
was there an impromptu
Springsteen
concert in the snow with a bunch of angry people with rainbow flags.
No, actually, I went first to the UPS store and then I went to Staples because I needed to get the boxes and bubble wrap to send JT's Enterprise out.
Ooh.
And Germ. I was listening to Mark D's. I saw everyone was on Mark D's unboxing, and you said that the D is your favorite
of the Enterprises.
Yeah. So would you like an Enterprise D model?
Oh, that'd be very nice.
Okay. All right. Because I owe you one. You're the one of the regular guys that haven't got one yet. So I do have 2 or 3 Enterprise D models that I got, so I will reserve one for you, sir.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, yeah. So anyway,
and folks, speaking of that video, whenever you get a chance after the show, like tomorrow or sometime late night, go over and check out this video, Mark D with the C's channel, the unboxing.
Yeah, it was really good.
An Enterprise refit. My goodness, what a model.
I was watching, when I started watching it, I'm like, I'm going to hide my credit cards from myself. I gave my wallet to my wife. I said, please hide this for about 2 days.
Yeah.
It looked great. You guys did great.
Fun. It was a ton of fun. Admiral, you were on the panel. Germ, I think you were on the panel too. And
yeah, Istophobos and
Professor R2.
Yeah, R2 was there. Yeah, good video. But Admiral, you were asking about that stupid petition. It's like everyone
it's up to 15,000 people. They've now, as JT put it out, it took them like a week, but they finally sold out a minor league baseball stadium across the entire world worth of signatures.
Well, either that or they finally got the bots engaged, which is like half the comments on that post on X are like, yeah, it's all your bots, the same ones who reviewed. Who flooded like 150% of the positive reviews on Rotten Tomatoes midway through the season. Nobody was watching.
Yeah.
Have you guys seen that? Because they got like 150% more positive reviews.
You know, I think what happened was Paramount walked away from them and they were just like, quick, shake the tree. We need to do a review boosting campaign right now. And they're like, but there's no one left to call. It's like, do it. Just grab the book, grab the rainbow-covered notebook, and call every weirdo we know. It's like, look, Nambla, we're okay with you now. If you give us money, we'll make an episode for you next year. Yeah, we'll do it.
You know what? I'm sure someone's done it, but we should start a petition to not renew it. Like, let's start a counter petition, and we'll just blow them out of the fucking water.
I think honestly what happened was the counter petition to not renew the show was running the show itself to no one watching.
Yeah.
They did our job for us on that.
Yeah.
Nobody, listen, if I get involved with it, it'll just be successful. Everything involving Star Trek that I touch has some sort of, success. I can't touch Star Trek and have it like implode the way Alex Kurtzman does. So the last thing I really want to do, and remember, like when we did New Trek, we had better numbers than they did. So it's like, I don't want to accidentally give him one of the strong Admiralty boosts that I've been known to give people. I'm not going to help him out.
You know what?
But that's the kind of people that they would absolutely call PVE 777. This year's special interests were like, what, polyamory, cross-dressing because I don't know, it wasn't a trans metaphor. That was a cross-dressing thing going on there with Baden and his weirdness.
You notice after like one episode, they just let him switch into that 100% full time. Like there was like
once he dressed like a chick, he never dressed like a dude again.
I don't know which episode it was, but I think it was 5 or 6
or 4.
It was like whatever
dumb story of the two fathers. Mr. House Party 6, sir.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Sir, let's see who got those memberships. Mr. House Party 6 with a very generous gift to the channel. I want to thank you so much, my friend. Let's jump over into the chat and see who got these 5 Admiral Teague memberships. Welcome, Chase Shaw 7357, Scattered Night, Just Froggy here, Big Dave K. Hey, Dave K. Sammy Threepeat. Hello, Sammy. It's good to see all of you again. And welcome aboard. Welcome to the show. And Hayden Smith is not my jam, says the real head case, right? It's Mr. House Party 6. I cannot thank you enough. Let me get that highlighted on screen there. Yes, sir. Thank you. I never thought I'd be happy to see Clippy, but Mr. House Party 6 is able to make me okay with. Or is this like evil Clippy? Is this the Clippy that shows you how to go to like the dark web? It's like, hi, Clippy's evil twin. Trippy. Come with me to the dark part of the web.
This is the one that helps you upgrade to Windows 11.
That every YouTuber's nightmare is when they start doing
Copilot. That. You will enjoy Copilot.
Hey, I like Copilot.
Let's see. Admiral, I think going back to that dress, the only reason that Gaiden gets to wear it in like episode 5 or 6 is they only gave the first 4 episodes out to the reviewers beforehand.
Oh, you're right.
They knew that it wasn't going to fly. If they had done it, people would have been talking about it. So
And
they
that's
just
all
let
they
it.
would have talked about, because that's all they wanted people to talk about. They just wanted it on their own terms.
Yeah. So
I've
don't
always
do
found
it
him to be
before then.
I've always found Alex Kurtzman to be a dishonest and underhanded, unreliable businessman.
Okay, guys, it's up. There it is.
That's kind of a personal thing.
No, I just created the petition to not renew Starfleet Academy because we do not like it. I put the link in the chat, so everyone go into that linky poo I put in the chat and sign it and share it. I would love if this got like 20,000, like double what they're getting.
Well, think about where you have a chance to go and we'll keep we'll keep our petition off screen so that no one sees anybody's names. But you have a pretty big pulpit to shout that one from. Maybe we could do that just for the fun of it on this show and some other shows that you might be on during the week. Because it would be pretty embarrassing if we blew them fuck away.
You know what? Maybe that'll be shared on one of his videos. Like, in fact, there is a petition to keep it off the air.
Sean Carter has started a petition to keep it off the air, which has already passed Starfleet Academy. It wouldn't be hard to do, folks. Just tweet that out there. You know what? I'm going to be honest. I'm not making a video endorsing why you shouldn't do it. Or maybe I should. I'll think about it. The bottom line is that was we circled back for a moment to let you enjoy a bit of the defeat of Starfleet Academy. And also, thank you so much, Mr. House Party 6. And now we're going to turn it back to episode analysis. So we had our fun here for 52 minutes. This story, most of it was told last week. This week, we get into what I would call the emotional and human part of the story. Last week's, basically, here's our recap. Malcolm is in Section 31. This sucks. I hate Section 31. I wanted them to be in Federation security or anything but Section 31. But this was maybe tied with the 2 Section 31 stories in Deep Space Nine as far as this was all right. There was nothing wrong with this Section 31. They made sense. They were evil. They had an evil plan. Their goals were fucked up and underhanded. And they didn't have too much power. They were just about where they were supposed to be per the power level set in Deep Space Nine. JT, you weren't here last week. Your thoughts on Section 31 coming into the story?
Oh, shit.
Well, you know, I am not a huge fan of the Section 31 idea. And I think that if they were going to really do it well, they couldn't do the transporter stuff that the Deep Space Nine Section 31 had to appear and disappear and do all of that. So keeping it to a view screen was appropriate, right? Because it was just impractical to think that you would have a human that would just beam in and out, where the Enterprise is like the only ship in range type of a thing. It worked on the station, not on a ship. I feel like it wasn't the central focus of the story, and it doesn't do a ton of damage to things that come after it, right? And so, being as it was, I found it about as tolerable as you could make it. It wasn't needed in this story. It was just too much of an extra. I feel like they said, we need to do something with Section 31. And then they had to just shoehorn it in. And so they could have left it out. In this story would have been about the same. So I guess it being that superfluous doesn't hurt anything, but also doesn't help. I'd give it about a C, straight up the middle. I don't know. I know people love to hate Section 31. I just didn't think they did a horrible job with it.
I didn't think they did a horrible job either. I thought that this was about the right power level. I thought they did about as good a job as the people from Section 31 did when they did it in Deep Space Nine.
Well, we talked about it before because I think we kind of more or less came to a consensus that the whole Section 31 thing in the DS9 era was bad because it's, it showed humanity really hadn't progressed. But it made sense in Enterprise because they were still kind of getting out there and learning. It would have been better if they'd have squashed it there. Does that make sense, or did we not come to that kind of content?
I was retweeting your change.org petition because that's the kind of helpful guy I am. So could you repeat that point?
Oh no, I was just saying I thought we talked about it would have been better if Section 31 had been started in Enterprise and squashed because it kind of went to a dark place in DS9 and it was kind of a thumbing of the nose at Roddenberry because he was like, we're beyond that kind of stuff at that point. And it was a little dystopian, but in the same reality, you kind of need that. You kind of need a group like that because it's not what the Federation's become. It's dealing with the rest of the galaxy. You kind of need something like that. So it makes sense on a practical level, but it is kind of against what Roddenberry, I think, would have wanted. Which shows, I don't know. What do you guys think?
JT, go ahead.
Sorry, I was also signing your petition.
Oh, never mind.
Jeremy, you'd have to answer this fucking question.
Nobody's listening.
Everyone's yeah.
Although, you know what? I will say this.
I sought only to serve you, my lord.
I will say this, that I looked at the petition just now, and
it populated fucking quick.
Yeah, but their AI put that whole description was all AI based. I didn't even write that. It's this huge, 4-paragraph thing.
Huge.
It's huge. It's a 4-paragraph thing, and that was all AI. I didn't do that, but it makes sense. So
it does.
Yeah. Cool. So we're up to 7 now.
We're up to 7. I shared it. I guess I should have written a comment, but whatever. We're 3 supporter voices. Let it die. Eat Bathlath, Targ. Get that goddamn POS off my screen forever. Say Shrubby. Shrubby, you speak for me. I'll let Shrubby speak for me on that one. It'll say my name.
Is Shrubby from Melbourne, Australia?
Or Melbourne, Florida? We don't
know.
Either.
Yeah, we don't. But
we don't know, mate. But you're all right.
Oh, and Wes Cagel's giving Sean Carter the inclusive salute.
Oh,
Sean, you're one of us now.
Targ lover.
We have the most inside jokes here, but it's a Star Trek show. What are you gonna do?
PB, there's you're right. There's an Obsidian Order, a Tal Shiar. There is a Klingon security in spy service as well. So outside of Starfleet security or Starfleet intelligence, I don't know how Section 31 plays in related with them, and we never really get. Yeah, they have a Klingon spy service that gets foiled multiple times over the years between TNG and through DS9. Mm-hmm.
I just remember, even in our own society, up until the 18th century, George Washington, they're like, he's a piece of shit. He uses spies. And the British are like, oh, he's playing to win. Oh, that American.
The real question that you never get answered, though, is what does Starfleet intelligence not do that Section 31 does do? Because if you look at a modern intelligence service like every 3-letter organization out there I won't start saying because then the stream will go bye-bye. But,
right.
they go dark pretty quick on
By the way, I'm
stuff.
allowed to say hello to our friends over on Rumble now, too, I think. I think I'm finally allowed to say. We've been on long enough for me to say hi to Rumble. Hello, Rumble, where we have 3 people watching, and we have 2 thumbs up already. Thank you. We appreciate that. The more the thumbs up we could get, the betterer. Thank you. It's good to see you. So listen,
Shrubby is, in fact, down under. Very cool. Welcome.
All right. It's good to see you, and we're sorry about the death of the Croc Hunter. I know that you've had plenty of time to absorb it, but it was a pretty embarrassing way to go out. Hello, Joanna Funkhauser. When men wore knickers to war. You know what? At least they're not wearing a dress in space like Gaiden. I mean, this was the most horrible Klingon we ever saw. Let's go with the real Star Trek here for the time being. Last week, we found out Malcolm was in Section 31. He tried to pull some bullshit. He pulled a couple of things. It didn't take too long before Archer had Hoshi and DePaul tracking his ass. It was good to see their hot little asses working together. They look beautiful, but also they very quickly and convincingly worked together in a detective-like manner, tracked him down, isolated who it could be, and Archer had 3 suspects, one of whom was himself, the other of which was DePaul, the third of which was Reed. So I don't know why he didn't take a chance and interrogate DePaul, saying he would only trust her if she took off all her clothes, because he had a shot at that, but he confronts Reed because he knows it's him. I mean, I would point out he could have done that at any time, but he confronts Reed, and he's not. I guess this is where a lot of people have mentioned that Bakula doesn't play like eruptive anger, but I don't think he was trying to play it that way. With the Mirror Archer, he's playing crazy, and with this version of Archer, this Archer is angry, but I think he has like some affection for Reed. Like when you see a man transfixed through the leg by a Romulan mine on the hull of your ship, and talk him through it while you disarm the mine for hours together, it's been in the thick of it with Malcolm a lot.
It's more of a mix between anger and severe disappointment.
Yeah,
he played it well
playing
here.
it that way, and he's also like, the thing is, the breadcrumb trail to redemption is never yanked away. He's like, when you get over your weird loyalty to whoever these guys are from Section 8 or whatever the hell you call them, you can come back into the light and we'll make this go away. But, there's a countdown on this one. Don't think about it too long. And by the way, you're not going into your quarters. I don't fucking trust your ass. You're going to our new brig for our Mirror Dark episode.
It's like walking in on your son marrying your doing it with your new wife.
Ow.
Your new one, or
not his mother.
That's the only way to keep it from being all sorts of good.
Yeah, well, I think Will Smith had a similar feeling.
The dulcimer music is in your head, ladies and gentlemen. It's not actually playing. The dulcimer music is in your head.
Sorry, Sean, I got that confused because I watched too much Starfleet Academy and I saw episode 9.
All the animals in this building changed their dating habits from hearing Starfleet Academy over the speakers from my TV. All right, so
yeah.
Malcolm,
by the way, I put the banner up, Teague. I hope that's okay.
I appreciate it. Yes, the banner is fine. You know what? Last week we covered this one. Malcolm in Section 31. They figure it out. When he's confronted by Archer, he tries to lie a little bit, and then Archer just breaks him. And you can see it's well acted by both actors. I thought that both Malcolm and Archer were acting at the top of their game. I did not believe I was watching people speak lines. Reed and his true self-loathing and having let down Archer, someone he so looks up to, and Archer playing the long game is the only thing I was able to take away from it was. He's playing the long game as he tries to rehabilitate someone that he's come to, admire. And he cares about Malcolm so much now and trusts him so much that he's pretty sure that if Malcolm made a mistake, it was just that, and that he can rehabilitate him. I would point out that I would probably never trust Malcolm again, and probably would have punched him in the fucking face. Anybody?
Well,
he would be gone.
I would be interested to know what the chat thinks. Is like, can you kind of see where Reed was on this though? Because he's such a creature of duty, and he's so honor bound. Like he's like, I made an agreement before this. Like I kind of don't blame him
before.
Because he redeems himself at the end. You know, like
maybe
at the end,
give
he
him a
does
letter of
get redeemed.
recommendation though, Sean, but he would be off my ship.
Yeah, but it's like you can see both sides of it, though. It was pretty good writing.
It is his job to follow Section 31's orders.
Right.
And he's going to do his job.
His excuse for it, as he spoke to Archer, is I was a young ensign. It seemed exciting, a chance to have, an adventure.
Yeah, but when most young ensigns don't do things that they thought were exciting and wanted some adventure.
Yeah, like Barry. Like some of them pass up opportunities, like Kim with 7, when she said,
"Yeah, exactly." I will never forgive him for that.
But see, I see Reed's decision of more as a personal code that he had. Like, I made a commitment, I made an oath and a promise, and I can't break it.
Right. And Archer's approach here seems to be, you have taken on a higher responsibility that abrogates your former oath. And if you continue to stick out the first oath, you're burning everybody here. And you're putting us all in an impossible situation. You owe your loyalty to me. The only way you're getting out of this without going to, he's like, he even dangles that he doesn't have to tell Starfleet about this, which I think is absolutely out of character for Archer.
It's a really good discussion to have because you can see Reed's thing, but I think I would be like JT. I would understand and maybe even admire him a little bit for that, but he'd be off my ship.
Yeah. Yeah.
He'd be off my ship. And Starfleet would know what he did. I'm not going to have him out there as a psycho ranger.
Maybe I would say.
I don't think I would do that.
You know what? No, Starfleet needs. I need to drag this guy into Gardner's office and be like, Section 31. Tell him everything now.
Well, yeah.
Who the fuck are these guys? Gardner. We have another organization. We are being supervised from within, and we don't make the final call on our own decisions. I don't like that. I don't know about you, but I don't like that.
Until Admiral Gardner is also in Section 31, just like Admiral Ross.
But Admiral Forrest, I don't think was.
And that's why Forrest had to go.
Jeremy, you were saying like you saw a problem with it. Was there more you had?
Yeah, the problem with it, he kicks it up the chain, and just like JT said, you run into Gardner, who is at least sympathetic to Section 31, and then he makes it all go away.
Mm-hmm.
I think he would say, look, you're off my ship. I'm going to let you do it with dignity, and you're going to put in for a transfer at the end of this mission. As soon as we go back to Earth, you're off my ship. And I'll pull a string if I need to get you gone. But you burn your bridge with me, I'll let you keep your honor in safe face. But honestly, I can't trust you anymore.
With what you guys told me, after what Germ said, I'd just be like, Reed, come here a minute. Anyone else want to fucking defect to Section 31?
See, I don't know if now that I'm thinking about it, I don't know if I'd put him off my ship because he did make the correct decision eventually. And Picard would have done the same thing.
You got to keep him in the end.
That means much. I mean, so what if Picard would have done it? What would Kirk have done?
Well, yeah, but also you also got to keep an eye on him too. I mean, if you get him off the ship, you just kind of move the problem somewhere else, and then you don't know what he's going to do.
You could always do a little thing that is a certain color of male that I'm not going to say live on the show, but it's a very dark color of male, and you keep them under your thumb. You own them now.
Well, and he's protection too, in case something else comes up. You now have a guy on the end on Section 31 that you might get alerted that they're popping around near you.
See, I'm trying to think People are saying, what would Kirk do? What would Picard do? I'm going to go to the gold standard of Starship Captain. What would Captain Jellicoe do?
Ooh.
Right.
Captain Jellicoe would be working with Section 31.
You very well, maybe.
Definitely. Oh gosh, who was the captain in the Wounded?
I don't remember.
The guy that was the warden from Shawshank, Captain of the Phoenix.
Captain Maxwell.
Maxwell, yeah, Maxwell.
Oh yeah.
Maxwell would have joined 31.
Sure. I think Jellicoe would at least have put him on the Gamma shift. For starters. Maybe not had him put in the brig, but it's an interesting question what they should have done with Malcolm. I do feel like he got off a little bit too easily because it's a TV show and they had 10 more episodes to do.
Tops.
Yeah.
All right, Sean. I'm adding a quote to your. I'm adding my voice. Maybe I'll record a video message later. Who knows? Depends if I still have this up after the show.
I want to see signed by Michael Sussman.
Yeah, I would like to see that. You know what? As far as Starfleet Academy,
1 minute to auto destruct.
Yeah, that's it. And I don't know what the Tachyon Pulse was talking about. At any rate, we have a pretty rock and roll Klingon in this one. He plays bass for the Scorpions on his spare time, but he's also the son of Uncle Philip, the Klingon. So Carlton, as we'll call him, has been captured by Starfleet. The other Klingon Auglicants think that he is dead because they never even considered, these genius Klingons never considered that there might be a stun setting, or they don't give a fuck.
I think it's option B. I think it's option B. Also, hail to RTNZ.
RRTNZ has arrived. He's going to join us when we do fan discussions of Star Trek Enterprise in a few weeks. When all is said and done, Ben Maxwell.
RTNZ always has awesome takes that launch a great discussion.
And he
brings up stuff I had never thought of.
He's unafraid to stand behind them, and they're always interesting and worth considering. That's why I think he has to be here to speak on behalf of a lot of the fans when we do the wrap up of Enterprise. And plus his guidance, like he took the helm that day. It's like, Admiral, I've got the only coordinates that are going to get you to sit the original series right. You got to go through the Xindi Delphic Expanse, and he was right. He was right. I was better off doing those stories, and those were some of the best. Some of those stories are among the best Star Trek stories I've ever seen. Okay, one of them's North Star, but I mean, like, if I had to make a list of 100 best Star Trek stories, there's 23 Xindi stories? There might be 5 of them on there. Maybe 6. And there's 700 episodes of Star Trek? Maybe more?
Right.
Wes Cagel's takes are always unhinged. So anyway, this Klingon, he ends up basically looking like a Guardian. He's kind of got like red skin. He has almost no ridging at all. And he just basically has thick eyebrows. He looks like a TOS Klingon. Carlton taunts Reed a little bit. And then Archer comes in. He's like, look, you had training at Starfleet Academy about how to transfer personnel from ship to ship at warp. And I'm like, they can't do this. There is no ship to ship beaming yet.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Good shot, Mr. Carter. RRTNZ with a $5 New Zealand super chat says, being a Section 31 agent made Reed even more valuable to Archer. Keep your friends close and your enemies closer. Kirk would have kept him. Think big picture. All right, so Admiral Teague kills him. Kirk keeps him. Archer keeps him. Janeway sends him to his room. What does Picard do? agrees to work for him. Now I will maintain the premise of control on the bridge, but I will look to you for my cues and do whatever you say.
Picard would say, there can be no justice so long as laws are absolute.
That
line saved Wesley Crusher.
I've watched some of that episode today. With the first word, with the first link, the chain is forged.
Oh no, I'm talking about the one where Wesley crashed into the flowers and they were going to put him to death.
Oh yeah, they should.
Those were the most intelligent aliens we ever make contact with. Absolutely,
they had a great wardrobe,
and they're trying to improve the show. They're like, look, if you let us kill this kid in episode 5, the chick will be like a little more available. You don't really need him, and you can still have Ashley Judd in your show. Trust us on this one. We want to kill him, but no, Picard has to go and appeal to the godlike beings.
All hail Robin Leffler, my God.
I just want to, and by the way, quickly, PBE 777, one of the biggest sins that they made on Deep Space Nine was not bringing back Ronnie Cox to play Jellicoe for an episode.
That would have been awesome.
Imagine him arriving on Deep Space Nine. His energy with Cisco probably should have gelled completely. Like they should have been like the exact same guy. You know what I mean? It's like,
do you put him on the 701
haven't
or
seen
not?
You since 359, Cisco, right? Something like that.
Do you put him on that Galaxy class ship that went to the Gamma Quadrant, and then the Jem'Hadar attack ship flew into the nacelle and it went kablooey? Do you put him on that ship?
You could do anything heroic with him. I would have him be the number one guy for the entire Federation Armada, under Cisco when he puts together the coalition, because Cisco, of course, heads the coalition. But we digest. Let's put that in the tangent parking lot for a moment. Archer has a pretty effective scene with Reed here where it becomes apparent that Mr. Reed's loyalty to Captain Archer is going to be in play here, and that Captain Archer is absolutely willing to play ball with Reed and forget about all this. And this is where we like to stop the show to say, like, we think Linda Park is really, really beautiful. And Tom Hardy is one of the luckiest men in the world. I would love to have been him between 2004 and 2008. And here's her name on display on the screen. And thank you, Welshie, by the way.
Coincidence, the docking arm is fully extended at this particular moment.
And emitting yes, and the ship is emitting some gas. We have some vapor. There's a magical mist in the air. All right, and our beginning ends with the worst version of the theme song ever. However, this intense, high-energy scene with the ship flying through hyperspace towards our point of view, followed very quickly by the Columbia, was one of the best things we've seen. And our segue where we go from space into the Columbia is something we've never seen before. We go into and through the ship in a way that's 100,000 times better than they do in Star Trek Discovery. We fly through the outside of the hull, through the interior of the ship. We see some of the inside of the ship, and we come out the inside of the inner view screen. It's not a fucking window. I thought that this was fucking amazing. Jerm, we just watched it. We'll start with you. What did you think of that sequence where we showed the new way of segueing from outside the ship to inside the ship using CGI?
I think that's one of the best shots they've had in the show. The transition from space to into ship. Very smooth, no real problem with it. Most beautiful transition they've had so far.
Probably the most beautiful transition.
We all.
Probably the most beautiful transition ever, right? Because
didn't require any bottom surgery. It didn't need any maintenance. It was once it was done, it was done. I'm going to put up the Admiralty banner so that I can play this and cue it to the point so that we can see the transition. And even then, I'll mess with it a little bit. You guys can sort of see the Columbia coming right at you. Look at this. This is kind of awesome. Like, All right, so here it is.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
My friends, that was excellent. That was excellent. So now that we've all seen it together, I will read the super chat while you guys consider it. RRTNZ says, Catch So White is made from Chuck Norris's sweat. Lost the great Chuck Norris last week. William Shatner's role is even more important to men of a certain age. He is the last remaining idol of true manliness that I can think of. No one else comes to mind. Thank you.
Tom Selleck, maybe?
Tom Selleck, possibly. Yeah. Okay, I can say Tom Selleck. Tom Selleck's pretty badass.
More Tom Selleck's mustache.
Yeah. The mustache. As long as the mustache is deployed, we've got full Selleck. I would also say Taylor Sheridan has rehabilitated Harrison Ford. I look at him with respect after 1923. He was really dangerous and really cool in that. But Sean, what did you think of this transition into the ship through the?
Oh God, yeah, Germ's absolutely right. It was stunning, and what a shame, because imagine seasons 5, 6, 7 with a little bit more of a budget.
This was the most mind-blowing thing since we came in through the big top of the saucer section in the cage / menagerie.
Yeah, and better than anything we've seen in the last 10 years.
Oh, much better than anything we've seen since. This was the last truly great technical innovation added to the way to show Star Trek. And the idiots who make the Star Trek that we have now do not use it. They have a glass window. This showed us the hostility of space and the wonder of space with the beauty of their ship and their design and their technology overcoming it. And thank you so much, Wellesley. Catch Us So White is indeed made from Chuck Norris's sweat. It's too bad it's so hard to make him break one. 40 Jemadar have to take him on. It's like a law of diminishing return. You've got to use 4 gallons of Chuck Norris sweat to get one back.
Hey, Krimlon's here. Hey, Krimlon.
Just a note on this. I don't think that they were expecting us to be able to enhance things Minority Report style, but that is a patch from the Enterprise.
He doesn't have his uniform changed over, and he doesn't have his
on the Columbia.
From the Columbia. He doesn't have a Columbia EV suit.
Right, which he should have. So that's a production gaffe.
Oh, good catch.
Yeah, the only in-world explanation, you can do it all. And like you said, they weren't expecting it. The thing is, why wouldn't they be? They've been filming on digital for a year now, and they already did a massive upscale from what their resolution had been. So
sure. It was a legit mistake and oversight. They should have just taken another one of the stickers that they had made for the Columbia and
for the Columbia
top,
Yeah. I guess we're not going to mess up a hero spacesuit. I don't know what the thought process was. We don't have enough money to fuck with our hero spacesuit. Only thing I can come up with.
Yeah.
Yeah, most likely.
Right there.
They don't spend the money because they know everything's coming to an end.
Yeah, they're we defaced the Enterprise one. Yeah, I wish I could. That is the bottom of the frame, my friend. We got it all in picture.
Okay.
I need your help. I need your lighting info for my giant Voyager ship I'm building, says Krimlon. Krimlon is also a bit of a craftsman. We have our own model makers here for the Admiral Teague movie coming soon, where it's called. We're going to skip the first movie. It's going to be called Admiral Teague 2: The Wrath of Krimlon. Krimlon! I get to kill Krimlon in the first movie. I have had. It's so good to see you, my friend. The show was shot in 720 1080i, though, right?
No, well, it was filmed. It was filmed on 35 millimeter, but then they mastered it to 1080p. And then
they started shooting on digital for season 4.
but also they did the CGI at a lower resolution than that.
It might not have been up to 780 yet. It might have been something like 4.
It was either 480 or 720p, but they definitely had a lower resolution on a lot of the CGI. And then so when it starts to fall apart a little bit, sometimes it's because you're watching it at 1080p.
We've upscaled it a whole lot more. This is 780, but not 720, but not as we knew it. Not as we know it. That would be, I guess, the way to put
the broadcast was either 1080i, which is 720p, or 1080p. I'm pretty sure even on cable, when I saw it, it was 1080i, which is 720p. So it didn't show initially in the full resolution. That came later with Blu-ray.
Brain breaking. This was somewhat brain breaking to watch because what happened was you had this aspect ratio and this level of resolution. Then you would cut to your local commercials, some of which were 15 years old still, and they would have the old aspect ratio, and they'd be on videotape, and they'd be a little warped from the videotape being played too many times. Then you would have the newer commercials that had the upscaled aspect ratio, but maybe low-grade camera, and then you went back to this. And then if it was a commercial for the local news in the middle, that had the new aspect ratio and had even greater clarity.
So rough. A lot of those commercials look so rough. When you switch from this back,
older commercials, right?
Oh yeah,
where it's you've got the retired broadcaster from your baseball team who played for the team in 1949. He's just like, "You need a short-term loan."
Now it's the other way around. Now it's the other way around.
On baseball.
If you watch this on TV now, the commercials are higher quality than if you go watch Deep Space Nine or Voyager. Because that resolution is the lower of the two.
It's true. And remember, we were watching commercials for 1-800-COLLECT during this. So
yeah, it's either a commercial for timeshare or reverse mortgage for those guys.
Yeah.
Or if it's this time of year, short-term loans.
Yeah.
I don't know why I can't. That's stuck in my mind. But Phil Rizzuto from the Yankees did this commercial hey, you need a little over your head? People coming to break your legs. You need a short-term loan? I can help you out. It's Scooter here. How you doing? Holy cow. Your wife's going to throw you out in the street because you gambled too much on the Yankees. Stop teasing it up, you maniac.
It's like that scene in Casino. It's like, you need some money to turn the fucking heat on? Your wife called me. She said the heat's fucking off. Because you're a gambling degenerate fuck. That's what you are.
God, that was the worst 2 weeks of my existence when I had no heat in this apartment. But we have a pretty good.
I remember that.
Everybody had to suffer with me because I complained like a little bitch.
Hey, real quick. Does anyone have any recordings of Star Trek back in the 80s? And then you see a Snoopy snow cone machine commercial. Remember that jingle? You guys remember that one?
No.
It was before my time.
You remember that one, T?
I remember the product. I can't remember the jingle.
Its name is a Snoopy snow cone machine. You put ice.
Here, it's coming back to me. I'm having almost instant recall.
You put ice in the thing and get a snow cone out. Oh God!
I remember it. I pretty much remember it.
Yeah, if you saw it, you'd start singing along
this
with
was
it.
Back in the 80s, so Snoopy was smoking, right? Snoopy was smoking Camel still.
I think that was the Flintstones.
Okay.
Those were in black and white.
Yeah.
Hey, Buddy says here first season was hybridized between the two of them. Wes Cagle had the Snoopy snow cone machine.
My daughter's got one. They reissued that not too long ago, and she wanted one. And I talked to her the other day. She goes, I just used it the other day. She still uses it.
Please ask her if she's remembered to clean it. She's had it a pretty long time.
Oh, no. It's only 10 years old because a Target had a whole bunch of nostalgic 80s toys that they reissued.
The vaporizer in the corner of my apartment that keeps it moisturized while the steam heat is on is only like 4 months old, and there is a weird collection of mold growing inside there that is so gross. I'm just going to throw it away at the end of the winter. I am so afraid to even approach it. Hello, Trucker Martin. Good to see you. That would be pretty cool. All right, so here's our situation. We've got to find a way to get the only person who can jury rig the engines is Trip. The Klingons came over, stole some tech, messed up the computer, and hot wired the engine so that if you drop below warp 5, the ship will boom.
Which
so
was a total
Sandra
hilarious.
Bullock driving.
Yeah, I was going to ask.
I mean, it's the battle of the great asses here between Sandra Bullock and T'Pol, but I mean, the camera's just not pulling back far enough. I saw Sandra Bullock,
hilarious. It is a hilarious nod to Speed.
Yeah.
Am I the only one who, after they saw Sandra Bullock, was like, Julia who? So much better looking.
Oh, yeah.
And when I noticed when she got her vanity project, she's like, I want to make a comedy with William Shatner. So she's cool. All right. So the plan is we're going to use Malcolm with his abilities from psycho training with the Federation military. And this scene here is really cool. We have some of the best Star Trek special effects that they ever gave us. And what we have to do is basically what we do in 2001: A Space Odyssey. And this is pretty cool. And the music was great. Mm-hmm. We had some great music. And as we can see, the Intrepid seems to have a slightly different sensor with like the prongs on front. I don't know if we've ever noticed those on our Enterprise.
You mean the Columbia?
The Columbia, sorry.
Yeah.
The NX-02 it's got an upgraded forward sensor.
I thought that was the forward deflector array.
There is no deflectors. We only polarize the hull, so it can't be.
That's the navigational deflector.
That's what I thought.
I thought it was it's the navigational deflector and the frontal array.
It maybe has a dual purpose.
Yeah,
Sean,
I
correct me if I'm wrong. On the refit model for the NX-01, you actually get this option to put this on.
You do, yeah.
Now that I'm thinking about
it has like 2 or 3 different needle things that you can put in there.
Mm-hmm.
Now I'm thinking about it. Germ is right. It's just a improved version of a navigational deflector because that's as much as they've got. They've got enough deflector power to like break up space junk and keep their ship from being destroyed by it. Germ has to be right, but that's what it is. So to me, I always thought it was the sensors. I thought it was the front. I thought it was the sensor array. So, like we said, it indeed could have 2 purposes. Maybe we'll be able to have a little bit of a talk with Mr. Sussman about this one. At the end of the show, stick around for an update on our communications with him. So Malcolm has to do something here that it doesn't make sense, and it's not very Star Trek, but it's enough to give us an exciting beginning. They wanted to give us an interesting and enjoyable beginning. R.I.P. Manny Kodo. Long may you run. I love your story here. And what happens is we're going to repel basically from one ship to another. Here's my problem. A throwaway line about how the ships being this close together. What we have to do is each ship's warp field has intersected. It's one big warp field now. So I would have had a line about how there's gravity within the warp field, but that still wouldn't explain it because then the pole would have shifted halfway through. By all means, from everything we know, and without breaking any crazy rules of science, aside from the fact that we're already going at warp, since Trip is in space, shouldn't he have been able to jump and sort of flown down that wire the way John Wick or, Neo does in the Matrix when he's doing those flying jump kicks? Shouldn't he have been able to just kind of like almost Superman like fly to the NX-01 from the Columbia and not have to pull himself hand over hand?
I think he should have had a mechanical like winch or something to pull him all the way across that that span instead of having to go arm over arm. I think it would have taken you like a half an hour to cross that distance going arm over arm.
I thought there was a
like
winch
that.
on it.
Was there?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think, and he was hand over fist to kind of speed it along. I remember.
I guess he could have been like a guy on the escalator who just walking as well, but that would seem to also present some mechanical strangeness. It's like, wait, he's being pulled across by something that he can also just like, all right, whatever. Suspend your disbelief. It's a space fastener. It works really well, right, guys?
It should have been an incredibly violent attempt. If you think about it, this is like if you were driving two cars on a highway and you tried to jump from one to the other. This is incredibly dangerous, but I think they had technical limitations that they, just did what they did.
Or you can see what I used to see in LA all the time was two guys towing their car with a rope and one guy steering the other one.
My dad did that for me. I've been that person. But hey,
I saw that one time and I was laughing so fucking hard. Like
I was laughing at myself when I had to do it. So I understood.
Like, and watching him trying to do a left turn was comedy gold. It was just pure entertainment.
I just turned on the Yankee game and I'm like, this sucks. I'm being laughed at. How many women that I've had sex with see me being towed home? I'm like, oh well, at least I have a. Then I thought to myself, well, the people on the bus still admire me, and I felt better.
No, Teague, but both of them saw.
Yeah, fuck you. I resemble that comment. All right, so we thought about this, Sean, and we addressed one of your concerns where you thought that this captain had some of the most generic lines ever. German and I agreed, but then we spent about 5 minutes workshopping other lines, and we came up with this. All you got for what they did with her in this episode is cliched lines.
Yeah, they didn't.
What else can you say?
Yeah,
Looks like it could use a hand. Get my engineer back in one piece. What else can she say? It's such a standard military exchange. I mean, no, not the idea that Trip flies through space, although people being wenched from one ship to another goes back to World War II, especially wounded and stuff like that, or intelligence that they didn't want to put they don't want to put some of that stuff out on wires, and sometimes they want to write it down and send it across.
What she should have said. Yeah, what she should have said is, Trip, you better make sure Archer's okay because I have a couple years to go before menopause hits.
We'll find out if she figures into Archer's future family, right? Because Archer's children will be part of Star Trek United. Yeah, well, we're going to do everything we can with that one. This is our practice petition for the Star Trek United petition. Which
I hope Archer finds somebody better.
Yet.
Archer deserves better. He already saved the whole planet. I mean, come on.
He has a Vulcan half Vulcan child as well.
We don't talk about
weird. That. Yeah, I don't know how that could happen. Or maybe it was something else. Maybe it was an Andorian.
I like her though. I mean, even though she had cliche lines, it's not the character's fault. I mean,
Sean,
I thought she's a great character.
Private subspace. Yeah. So this is kind of cool. I just, you knew they were stretching the limits of technology of the day, plus their budget.
Yeah.
I mean, it's nowhere near like some of the cheesy stuff you see on like Babylon 5 or something like that, but it's still not quite believable enough for me. But it is, again, it's a good nod to Speed or Speed 2.
The only thing, guys, real quick, the only thing those two women have in common is I can't see Bakula fucking either of them. Anyway, I thought this was pretty cool with the visual.
Sussman's never coming on this show.
I don't think we have not aspired to that. We've aspired to just ask him a couple of questions and maybe see if he wants to send us a message.
Yeah.
You know what though? We are the same size as Dr. Trek, so I don't see why size would be a problem now. We have sufficient members. And unlike Dr. Trek, we are Enterprise exclusive. And I don't know if anyone else has started with Enterprise and done Star Trek reviews and continued through with it. There are no plans to stop this show ever. Like, we're going to do this until they drag us out of here and take these phasers from our cold, dead fingers. This is like, I don't know about you guys, but I kind of live for this. So Trip wenches his way. It's funny we would use that term, wenches his way, after what we just said, to the NX-01. And we have plenty of excitement as he's just about to get through the cargo bay doors. And we can see this looks really cool. I thought this was excellent. LCARS or whatever it was. We had moved on from that design language, and it looks a lot more like the TOS design language, even though it does look better. Look at how they've kind of made it look like the med bay readouts from TOS.
I was just going to say that exact same thing. They definitely were inspired by that med bay
boom, boom.
Screen.
I can hear it.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the two ships.
Boom, boom, boom.
The tactical of the two ships is better than any tactical we've seen in any Star Trek ever, but that's fine enough. That's fine with me. There's no saying that there weren't other tactical displays that we didn't see in Star Trek The Next Generation and Star Trek The Original Series. Captain Kirk easily could have had another monitor. It doesn't matter that this is the best tactical ever. But in a show that has depended on tactical readouts to tell a lot of the stories, it was cool to see it reach this level, and I wish it could have been this good earlier. And I would say this, where is this level of tactical display when we're talking about and trying to get across exposition for Starfleet Academy? God knows we can't get our cast on in the same place at the same time. Just have them voice over some tactical displays to let us know what the fuck is going on once in a while. I really have no idea what happened with the Battle of the Miyazaki, where the Taliban or whatever fucking like fake news Bracas group of guys were called, who cranked out like 200 quadrillion mines in like 6 weeks, and all that retardism that we had to deal with. And that was some of the most idiotic story I've ever seen. And like, they could have just had a tactical display explain a lot of it, but instead, what do we show? A guy who's been eaten by cannibals who eat dead Klingons' ass. That's what they chose to show us. So
yeah, and then Jaden goes, "Dead ones," and then he got a sad face.
Yes. I will not eat anything that did not die in a fair fight.
No, he wanted to meet some people who ate live ass.
You know what? When they say to some of these Klingons, "Don't you want to save your own people?" If we had then showed them the episode of Starfleet Academy with Gaden getting married, they would have been like, no, we don't deserve to make it in the great pantheon of Star Trek species. The Kazon will take our place, and we'll be honored by that, considering what we've turned into. God, even the Herosian were cooler than those Klingons. All right, so great tactical display. And we finally do get, and we, bam, bam, bam. Look how exciting, guys. We got excitement and action in space. And they really sell the action here. And these guys have have the same chemistry they've always had. And they're glad to see each other. The friendship's there and it's intact. We can see our two ships with the Enterprise on top. And I'm saying, guys, that's how it should be, because his girlfriend is the pilot of the other one. So, missionary for our NX ships. I tend to think the gentleman's still be willing to come on the show if he ever was in the first place. He knew what he was doing when he said hi.
Wouldn't it have been funny if the grappler kind of poked out and shot and
when they withdrew it, left some like tapioca pudding on the underbelly of the Columbia? Why not? And how kind of it's just a little bit funny. I'm Hispanic, so I'll say it. Like, for the Columbia, we got a Colombian captain. Like, she's not Mexican. She seems to be Latino. I don't know, but
what's her name?
I do like. It's like Captain
Dominguez. Dominguez, isn't it?
It's Dominguez. I knew it was Latino. It was a Hispanic name, so I mean, yeah, she's Hispanic looking, and
I know certain YouTubers that actually would prefer the Columbia to the Enterprise because of that captain choice.
I think I know who you're alluding to.
Yeah.
Out of everyone here, you're probably the one who has the safest ability to do it without having any repercussion to our milieu.
The way the lighting is, it looks like he bleached his hair a little bit, like bleach tips. Like if that time would have been okay.
Well, he went back to Florida when he was on Earth. He went down to the coast, spent some time on the beach.
Or he's like, hell, I got light hair. I'm going to have all the fun I can have with it before it falls out. Everybody blonde goes bald.
Yeah. My poor son. He's like practically no hair anymore.
How old is he?
26.
Oh, wow.
Oh.
Yeah, that's young. But you know what? Bruce Willis bought like the shaved head in for everyone. So now it's like, it's going to save a bunch of money on fashion
in a Christmas movie, no less.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, he has hair in that movie, but he's got bad fake hair, proving that having fake hair is probably a worse choice than just shaving your head. Although I already promised everyone, like Shatner, I will just get a wig. I'm looking forward to when I go bald so that I can have the same hairpiece that William Shatner had, and I'll just wear that. What do you think, guys?
The exact same one.
The motion picture hairpiece. I'll get that, and I'll have the headphones built.
I mean, it wouldn't fit.
Say we all.
It wouldn't even look right, but okay.
That would be great, though. Doesn't matter as long as it's funny. So, thank you, Sean. So, Trip's not even looking at her ass. He's doing a great job of acting. I guess between takes, he just stared at Jolene and drooled. But he's not even looking at her. The chemistry between them is frosty, coming from Trip's direction. It's an early frost in Florida, but like to Paul, like I don't know, she had some more Trellium stashed in her quarters. Her engine's running pretty damn hot. It's not even Pon Far.
The thing that he's like, who the hell hasn't been taking care of my engines? Like, what the hell is wrong with this place since I left? And she's like, I tried. And he starts talking down to her. Like these
doesn't
things
know what he's doing.
Well, he blamed her.
Well, she should have known better and had Kelby relieved. So I'm with Trip.
Yeah, well, nowadays you would never be able to do that. It would be her going to the other ship to fix everything and her lecturing him about how to run the engine room.
And then he found the holodeck program she had. That was, what was her name? In TNG, the engineer that Geordi fell in love with. And
Dr. Leah Brahms.
Leah Brahms, yeah.
Dr. Leah Brahms.
I would have been like a little more liberal with the holodeck. I'd be like, computer, make Professor Brahms 25% bustier. Make her 30%
she had enough. She had plenty going on.
I would have been a dick about it. What can I tell you? I mean, it's a holodeck. I would have just been like, make her anime ridiculously huge up top. Make it ridiculous.
Make her proportions like you would if you were Canadian.
Oh no!
All of a sudden, your hands would start warping into different sizes. Actually, an Albertan, right? But anyway, here's the thing: as the smartest person on the ship and the science officer, I debate whether or not T'Pol is correct not to have released Mr. Kelsey. Is there a missing line here about how she's been trying to bring him up to speed, or the captain has been bringing Mr. Kelsey along, or Mr. Kelby, whatever it might be?
I can't remember.
And that guy hates Trip. Could it be that he was just finally getting the engine swapped over the way he liked it?
Maybe.
That's probably all it. Trip likes things just a certain way, and then Kelsey put it to what actual spec is, and Trip just wants to put his own little touch back on it.
I wouldn't mess with Trip's handiwork if I had been serving on the NX-01. So we can assume this guy got transferred in and Trip took his A team with him to the Columbia, because we know that Rivers was part of the team right after Azadi Prime.
What was his
Rivers,
name again?
Seth MacFarlane's Rivers is on the Xindi mission. Oh,
right.
I think it's Kelby I think it's Mr. Kelby. It's a weird.
Didn't Trip say, I trained him up and he knows his stuff? And
he did, but he I guess the deal is that he just does, the algorithms are all messed up. It's the Klingons got to it and she couldn't fix it. So he doesn't know where Kelby had them, and Kelby hasn't been able to fix them. So I guess this is just jealous lover stuff. Like, he can't bring himself to say to him he misses her, and she wants to say that she misses him. Like, he is like able to do it because he's human, but he's a man and he has some pride, and she's spurned him and she's been a little bit of a dick about it. And also, like, she's tried to play him both ways. Like, sometimes he's just an experiment, and other times she cares about him. And then when she really needs him, she leans on him heavily. And then she, so like the writers of Enterprise really understood women.
Yeah, okay? I was just going to say,
yeah. And now
pretty familiar to me.
Yeah, now that he's had enough of her shit and he's doing fine on his own in his new car, she's like, no, I want a piece of that too. And I'm going to destabilize you, because Trip now is fine. Germ, what's going on your channel this week? But before you do that, I want to know, what do you think of this episode?
This is a very good episode. I didn't like the topic to try to qualify it. I didn't think the question actually ever really needed answering, so that bumped it down a bit. But everything else is perfectly fine. I gave it a very high B+.
Okay, and do you have a number, since Sean likes those?
89%.
Nice.
Wow, above the usual incriminating number. All right,
Germ,
it's great having you here. What's going on the channel this week? Okay,
I have one question for Germ. So I think we've done this before, but what do you give the trilogy grade overall?
Overall, I'd give the 2 episodes, I'd give A-.
Is this 2? I thought it was 3.
Yeah, it flows right into the next episode. But
okay, so A-, yeah. Because I know sometimes we grade each episode differently, but the story in general might be,
I want to
more or less of the average.
I really super enjoyed the next episode when I was watching it. I didn't finish it, but I super enjoyed it. I liked everything about the episode Bound. Oh boy, did I enjoy the episode Bound. Are there hotter girls on the Enterprise? Sure, but not dressed that luridly. I enjoyed the way the Orion indentured girls were dressed, and I enjoyed their dance. And if anything, I just wish they would have bought the music from the original series for Venus Dance to play when the Orion girls were dancing. It was incredible to see them again. And I really enjoyed watching Archer and Reed react to them. I thought it was great. All right, Jerb, so what's going on your channel this week before I beam you off?
Tomorrow we're going to give a crack at Monarch Season 2. See how well that goes. Then on Monday, Godzilla versus Mothra.
All right, so will you be joining me for the Monarch discussion after your show on my channel? It'll be part of our member stream.
Oh, yeah, I'll join you for the member stream tomorrow.
Yeah, we got to do it for this month. I'm looking forward to seeing everyone. All right, Germ, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Night, Germ.
Bye, everybody.
It was great to have Germ here, and I appreciate that he'll be with me on the member stream. Anyone else who can make it tomorrow afternoon after Germ's monster stream, I'm going to do it for a couple hours. So I guess, Trip, I want to say I am proud of him, and I am proud of the Star Trek writers for writing a man with dignity who just you're messing up my head. You're messing up my career. Starfleet means everything to me. I'm out of here. I don't need you. I can go be useful somewhere else. The Columbia needs a great engineer too. And so this dust up between them. It's the Trillium. It's the USB stick of Serac. And it's a little bit of, this is just pure Floridian frustration. Trip has heard enough of her bullshit. And I like that. And look, we have a claustrophobic enough space that 2 extras is enough to make it look like the ship is fairly well occupied and being worked on. It doesn't, they're not the only 2 people in a huge cavernous ship like in Star Trek fucking, is it Beyond?
And it's a physical set.
Yeah. And we're not burning runtime by having the characters run for 8 minutes from point A to point B. So wow, does she look great there? Let's see if we can get a look.
That's his Harbor Freight setup he's got with all the cheap pliers and all that.
Hey, Harbor Freight's fucking awesome.
Gonna say I have a big proprietor of their affordable hardware. All right, so then we can see the 2 ships next to each other. I'm trying to see if we can see any differences, even though one's upside down. They look so cool. This is such a cool visual. And it's so earned. We have stupid visuals in New Trek that are completely unearned. Give you a quick moment of this. I mean, this is earned with the warp bubbles as they separate. This is so earned.
And they did all this without Wesley having to configure it for them.
And our entire first act is a little bit of a homage to Speed, but it ends well. And then we start doing our own thing. And it's very much Star Trek. And we've gone from Speed to something of a Michael Crichton novel. We've got, an improvement, an augmentation. It's not quite cosmetic surgery, but, let's just say it's a virulent way to improve the race. The Klingons are trying to make auglicants. It's pretty disturbing. The 2 ships separate. We've had our little tense moment with T'Pol and Trip. That will continue. I like Archer's gamer chair. They were right not to swap it back. It makes sense that it showed up when it did. It didn't just grow out of nowhere. It's not the chair Trip made, but how much you want to bet that some of the improvements on that chair are in this chair, right? Like that episode where everyone goes OCD. Mm-hmm. I think Trip absolutely he was like, you know what? I did have some ideas about how the captain could have some interfaces and a couple of things here that would help him out. I put what used to be called a cell phone in the arm. It makes sense. So I do like this bridge setup, and it took me all this time for it to sink in that there is really only one guy at the helm, and we still have our handholds and grips to grab onto because the ship could lose its hull plating at any time and be drifting around. It's another great view of the ship. We're seeing the bridge in a better way than we did in earlier seasons. It looks freaking fantastic. I love the helm. And there's not much more to be said here than Mr. Mayweather looks confused and says, "I, Captain," without fucking up. So strong words in engineering, the accusations fly. You know what? 63 years old. What are you try aspiring to be Andrew Garfield dating Demi Moore? Just calm down there, Trip. There's other dating possibilities on the Columbia where the captain's got a pretty good body. Turn on the lights.
No comment.
I think it's time to say we're getting very close to the end here. He will do some good acting in the mirror universe where we might take a second crack at it. But as we look here, Mr. Mayweather, just as blank as Nagilum. He just never got up to my expectations. Here and there, he was good enough. Is the only way to rate my feelings about him in the show.
Mm.
The character's fine. He's not the most exciting character, but that was limited by the fact that every time they tried to do something with him, he failed. And it sucks because he kind of had breakout star written all over him, and they should have put that energy into Colin Trinier or Connor Trinier. Connor. Okay, Connor. Connor sounds better anyway. Good. They should have put that energy into Connor Trinier. Connor Trinier is a good actor. I saw him in a couple of other shows. He's fine. I saw him as a one-episode bad guy in NCIS. He tried to kill Jethro, so that was the end of Trip. But he was great. He was the Navy must love NCIS. It's like everyone in the Navy is basically running from Afghanistan back to the United States, sir.
Yeah. He also played George W. Bush, and even the first time I saw him acting, I'm like, he could play Bush, and sure enough,
he could play Bush at that age. He's a good likeness.
Yeah, he did. He ended up playing him in some made-for-TV movie.
Which one? George?
No,
George W.
George W. Okay.
Son.
Junior.
Bush too. But by the way, it sucks that George P. Bush turned out to have no personality and terrible choices in politics, because how much fun? Tell me it wouldn't have been fun to have T-shirts that said George III.
Oh yeah.
What can I tell you? All right, so here's the captain of the Columbia handing control of the mission off to Archer with another prepackaged line. And again, we workshopped this stuff. We couldn't come up with anything better. This looks a lot better than the video games of the time, but you were aware looking at it that it was not a miniature, but a CGI representation of the planet.
Yeah.
Although that might be a photograph of a real landscape somewhere on Earth. I don't know. The steppes of Russia. Tundra.
It's not very strong.
Alberta.
It's very generic. This is supposed to be what, the Klingon outpost?
This is one part of a larger Klingon colony with millions of people on it. This is their isolated science base away from everything.
Nothing about it says Klingon to me.
When we see them go inside, the architecture is Klingon, but looking at it this way, yeah, it looks like, I guess the only in-world explanation I could claw to was this isn't the most hospitable planet. They just built the most functional.
It's just a planet they conquered, and
yeah, it's someone else's stuff. Could belong to the previous. Yeah. Those dicks, they made Kodos their leader. Okay. So they don't show it to us long. They're aware it doesn't look fantastic. Inside, Phlox is taking a beating.
No, it was enhanced interrogation.
That's what the metaphor was. And it was a good time for it. At this point, we're far enough away from 9/11 that enhanced interrogation, thinking about it. First of all, didn't bother me knowing the guys that did that to us were getting their asses handed to them by a bunch of guys. Two, I enjoyed it. But two, I did think about it more, and now think that maybe unless something was gained from it, it did go a bit too far in a few places. To make people listen to Skinny Puppy for 14 hours on end at top volume, that really might be too cruel, even for them. I don't know.
I mean, how many hours of the Beastie Boys could you take before you just crack?
I could listen to the Beastie Boys for the rest of my life, as long as I don't have to hear Sabotage again.
No, it's only Sabotage.
But 12 to 16 minutes, and I'm running towards a elevated position. All right, so he tells Phlox he's sorry that the Klingon general kicked his ass, and Phlox remains motivated to save the Klingons, and the Klingon doctor is more than ready to assist him. And then Trip is pretty surprised that they haul Malcolm back to his quarters. Back to the brig, where he cools his heels for a while. And then they drag him out again. He's like, I don't suppose you're going to tell me where I'm going this time. And a lot of people are going to have a lot of opinions about this situation between Archer and Reed. I believe that Archer is playing this and maybe Scott Bakula feels that he isn't good at projecting anger, or Scott Bakula felt that Archer isn't an angry guy. I don't know what the decision is. I know that he's a really good actor and I enjoy his performances. So I went with what he was giving me here. I trusted Scott Bakula. So this is how I perceived it. There's a breadcrumb trail back to respectability where we wipe all of this away and no one ever has to hear about this, especially not your Royal Navy father, the people who respect you, or every single person who watches the news back on Earth, because we're going to fucking destroy you and you're going to like fucking Gitmo for the rest of your goddamn life if you don't cooperate. But I don't want that. And I'll still forget about all of this. He's his own bad cop. He's his good cop and his bad cop. Sean, do you have any feelings about Archer's performance here? Because he doesn't get it. He's angry as could be. He's heartbroken too.
Which one is more? We touched on it earlier. It's a great mix of disappointment and anger, and it perfectly played. I would feel the same way.
So it's
like when your kid. It's like when your kid does something like that. You know, you love him, but you're pissed.
He's been in too many dangerous situations with this person. They've saved each other's lives too many times. He changed into a Suliban and saved him and detained an episode that had Galt. I mean, God.
Yeah, and the other thing is Archer's probably also a little embarrassed. It's like, I trusted this guy. I read him wrong.
I can't let it get back to Starfleet that I had a fucking spy on my ship and I didn't figure it out.
Yeah. Or you're just like, how did I not?
More of a mirror Archer move, but yeah. Or what is wrong with our organization that we have an arm that would bend an honest man like Malcolm to do something evil? I have to get him out of this. I don't know what it was. Some combination of he's my guy. I picked him. I trained him. I've saved his life. He saved mine. He's my comrade. He deserves this chance. Even though he continued lying to him after 2 or 3 moments where it was obvious that the jig was up and he was supposed to come clean. And then I guess the only redemption was when he said to him, I want you to tell me now. And he's like, I made a promise before I ever took an oath to your ship or Starfleet.
Yeah, isn't it ironic that they're going to rehash that theme a few episodes from now?
They are. But at least we don't. Go ahead.
Oh, go for it.
I was going to say, at least we don't have to deal with Daniels, but we do have another Starfleet operative here. He's not from the future. He's from the future of the franchise. We're going to forget about him for 2 whole shows, and we're going to love not hearing from him again. But here's Section 31, and they're not flexing too hard, although they are subterfuging really, really underhandedly. So I would just ask you guys your thoughts on the Section 31 first chronological time we see him in this story. We saw him in part 1, but power level not too high, but ability to wriggle off the hook not even explored. I guess we can't, because I think Archer, like I said, Archer goes right to Admiral Gardner and he's like, "You need to know about this shit, sir." Or did Archer you guys are thinking Archer knows that Gardner probably knows about Section 31 and he's not going to show his hand?
I think he figures he shouldn't say too much before he knows more.
Right.
But he does.
But the political,
Section 31.
but the political seeds are being sown here. Like maybe, you know what? Wouldn't it be great if we got something like this in United?
Also, I want to point out on this
repercussions of this. Yeah.
That Starfleet really isn't this long tenured thing with all these Picard lofty statements and goals and all of that, right? It's still very much United Earth with problems you have to solve and things you have to fix. And it doesn't have this centuries of prime directive and all this other stuff. So I think Archer just would expect something like this to exist at this point. I don't think it's shocking. I don't think it would catch him as a shock at all.
No, but
especially now he's pretty jaded after this indie thing. He's
Is he too jaded to be fucking hurt though? Is he like, of everyone on this ship, and that includes Trip Tucker, who I knew from the academy and got, from flight school, and I've known for years. Of everyone on this ship, the one I've developed the most and took under my arm, aside from Hoshi, has been you. And you fucked me over like this. You've been playing both sides for 4 fucking years. You didn't think you could come to me now. I risked my life on the hull of this ship for you. So, like, I don't know why he wasn't like, I might have broke some shit and maybe punched him in the face a couple of times or had the Makos work him over. Let's be like, Makos, soften him up a little bit and just like stand back and let them beat the crap out of him. It was like, now that I've got your attention, let's talk about how you fucked with me. I mean, Archer showing that he has more of a flair of a command for a military vessel than the pirate fleet that I command.
I wanted to bring up here that they followed a visual style from Deep Space Nine with Section 31. And for some reason, whenever they need to talk about spycraft, they turn the lights way down. And which they did whenever they had mysterious beam-ins into like Julian's quarters or whatever they wanted to do with that, right?
Garrick's store was very well lit, though.
Well, he was a part of Section 31. But they repeat that here for Section 31, and I don't think that it works very well for them, because the problem is when you turn all the lights off, you do still have to light things so people can see what's going on screen, and there's no reason or rhyme for the lighting choices that they picked. As a result, you have lighting behind the computer display to draw your eye to it. But where does that lighting come from, and why is it even there at all? Like no one would have lighting like that behind a computer screen in their office. Then you have lighting on Archer that comes from nowhere. And then you have studio lights over Malcolm to light up his forehead. And it just looks strange to me. That's all I'm going to say. It looks a little strange, but it's supposed to be done so subtly that your brain is just turned into, oh, we're in the Section 31 spy mode.
Yeah, it's a visual cue.
All right. I have some thoughts on that one. I think one, they're trying desperately to differentiate the Enterprise from the Columbia on every level they can, every moment they can, and working overtime on that to the point of possibly overanalyzing this. However, that visual cue is really good, and I thought that also their lighting cues in the exciting part of the flying back and forth from ship to ship, as Trip had to do, was really well done and really exciting and cool. Maybe Archer's display just has RGB lighting behind it. It's possible. This visual cue works for me. I get where you're coming from. I think the deal is they were trying to differentiate the ship, and also Reed's quarters are in powered down mode. He's not hanging out in there. It's not like he forgot to turn the light off when he left. He's in fucking jail. His quarters went through with a fine-tooth comb by like 2 Makos, one gay and one straight, so nothing would get by them. I wanted the first team of Makos.
They should have tossed the whole room. Just made it absolutely filthy. Just everything flipped up. The picture knocked off the wall with a hole through the middle.
Would you have added like a sequence in the brig where the guard was like, yeah, Reed, we all enjoying your porn down at the Mako barracks. Thanks a lot. You made our week. You're one sick fuck. But we see the Section 31 guy, and he's got the typical Section 31 uniform. He dresses like the Tachyon Pulse. He's got his Adidas jacket on, but he keeps his zipped all the way up. And this is the Archer-Reed confrontation where Reed finally starts to vacillate on this one. And we can see it's probably going to go Archer's way. We know, because it's a Star Trek show, that the captain's going to prevail. And Reed has really been Archer's boy. The only person who has been more, and I don't want to use the term Archer's lad, has been Mayweather. And that's because Mayweather just failed to launch on his acting ability and was just speaking words And, whatever, acting's not fucking easy. So we'll cut the guy a break. He's still in the business, but I think he went to soap operas and that's kind of his level. But it's not working with Mayweather, and Bakula's got to pick up the pieces. And I think the exchange with Reed was a powerful moment. And I think that in a lot of ways, even though it didn't say pay off all 4 years of their relationship, it did pay off their relationship in a big way.
Yeah.
It's a betrayal here, but we're seeing a lot about Archer's leadership style. Captain Kirk throws this guy in the brig and never fucking thinks about him again. Anybody? Picard defects to work for him. Sisko kills him on the spot. You're going to tell me a little bit more about this Section 31, or you're going out that airlock, right? I don't think Sisko would take his shit. Archer's the only captain I know that would have rehabilitated him. So that's his unique humanity, I suppose. But Archer, he's like, you're going to call this piece of shit Harris, and I'm going to talk to him. And he's like, one does not simply 1-800-collect Section 31. And he's like, it's exactly what we're going to do. Our medical drama continues on the Klingon colony world. And the augments return from their mission to tell Uncle Philip that Carlton has been killed. They don't realize that there's a stun setting, or they don't care.
They did some sloppy work. Some damn sloppy work.
They were glad to get rid of and move up the augment tree. It was their egos, everything about them being Auglicants makes us not need to question why they didn't care. They didn't care because they're not caring because they're fucking augments. We have nothing but Star Trek built on other Star Trek to go with here, and it's done very solidly and very respectfully. And these Auglicants, we've already shown and told so much about how it works. Now they're Klingons, so they're not quite as smart as the human Auglicants, but I assume they're stronger.
Have we got to the line yet where the one says she felt fear?
Not yet.
Oh, okay. Spoiler, sorry.
It's okay. We can talk about that when we see our Auglicants again. We'll do our big Auglican talk when the Auglicants go to the Auglicant barracks. And of course, Auglicant guys, my combination of augment and replicant, because the people from Star Trek Enterprise were, I believe, wise to borrow a little bit from Philip K. Dick and give some augment qualities to the replicants, because basically what we had was super soldier type Supermen at about the same time that they were being used by Marvel. Because I don't think Captain America is a super soldier until Stan Lee reorigins him. I don't know. That's not a Stan Lee original character. That character comes over with the sale of Marvel. The early Captain America was not the same as the one we got now. They reorigined him in like 1962. That's the continuity of Captain America that we have. They weren't even making it for like 10 or 15 years. It's like, oh, we got this. It's like, I could do that. So Stan Lee just reorigins him and doesn't like changes him up just enough. They owned his original story, so they didn't have to do like a Shazam job. But here we have the Klingon fleet commander, and he's talking to the Section 31 guy. He's talking to his own guy. Sorry, Uncle Philip, James Avery, who's the Klingon general. He's trying to beg for time for his colony world. And this is why I'm saying we've got to mesh up here. We're meshing together TOS and TNG Klingons. And I think it's very well crafted and very well done Star Trek. Here's my thought. They have taken some of the duplicative nature of the Klingons and imbued it back into them while keeping the honor there. But it seems like these two traits now run parallel, doesn't it?
Yeah.
So to me, this is a good prequel strategy. They pulled forward the traits that we knew so they would still be the Klingons we knew, they weren't slavish to the idea that these be exactly like TOS Klingons, where they were underhanded and cruel. They're simply, they've got this Klingon version of Bushido, but also they're a lot more ruthless and a little more underhanded than TNG Klingons, in my opinion. They haven't found the USB stick of Kahless yet. We do that in TNG. We've got the USB stick of Sirach in this series. Guys, thoughts on these Klingons and how they match up with TNG and TOS Klingons? ENT Klingons, go for it.
I'll go. I think they did as good a job as you could hope for to try to canonize both things. It was creative. It was done as best as you could ever hope for sure.
We had a strong foundation with both the Marauders and the Duras storylines, so I'm thinking that probably helped this story be more stable and not have the sort of drift, or like we weren't wondering. We've seen this on display. We've seen some honor mixed with some duplicitousness from the Klingons since Marauders. And of course, Duras was pure douchebag. But even the other Klingons were like, well, that's Duras. He's kind of a dick.
Yeah.
So what do you think? With respect, we accept on this one. This is prequels the good kind. I mean, what do you think? This was you could have easily ignored this and only done a TNG style Klingon. You could have easily done that. You could have ignored everything and only done a TOS style Klingon, saying, hey, this is in the timeline. We can do this. Neither one would have made the fans very happy. And I had to watch this show as a Star Trek critic and watch it very hard and watch it very flaccidly at the same time to dispassionately realize that,
except for when T'Pol was on screen,
then it was never flaccid. However, these two traits run concurrent at about 50-50 without one overwhelming the other. And here's the thing. They feel like Klingons. They don't feel... We all sense that there was something a little different about these Klingons, but it wasn't like the Kazon or a Klingon alternate. It was just like all these Klingons are just a little weirder than we remember. They're not that different. And then we had the discussion, well, they're not TOS Klingons at all. And from there, like, I would say that the showrunners were cognizant of that. Like, at some point to them, it occurred to them. They're like, it's not in any Bible because but Gene switches their traits. It doesn't say before 2263 they're dicks, and then after that they're cooler progressively. This was changed because the Romulans wouldn't have made a suitable person to be on the bridge of the Enterprise to be different enough to have an alien character there every week the way Worf would. Worf was a much more impactful alien character.
Yeah.
And I think it also helps get rid of the idea of TOS Klingons versus TNG Klingons. When you draw this type of divergence, you coin the name of the episode, they are one set of Klingons. And then you don't have to play this mind game of, well, which Klingon is the real Klingon? No. Now we know that they're all the same. And that what happens throughout this episode just says, okay, now you have a bunch of them that look more human. And that's fine. Those are the ones you're going to see in TOS. And then you won't after that. And I love that explanation. I know a lot of people that maybe are TOS fans don't like this explanation, but then they didn't
mess with your lore at all if you're TOS to the core. And I am. That's
sure
my favorite Star Trek show and always will be. Captain Kirk taught me so many life lessons, almost as many as my own dad.
And so, but a lot of the people that don't like this episode also didn't like the new look of the Klingons in TNG.
Well, listen,
so you're not going to make everybody happy. You will not please everyone.
But you got to respect that they tried. They made an effort, and they didn't ignore the difference. It's like, hey, we tried our best to address it.
This was respectful to every creator. We respected the TNG vision and we respected the TOS vision, both of which were, this is not a species that Gene himself created. The other Gene made them. Kuhn created them. And also, this is not a species that stayed consistent. So we're going to acknowledge that, and we're going to try to find a way to square it up the way we squared it up with the Vulcans. And another unasked question. However, I would say the question with the Forge trilogy, which was really, to me, very enjoyable, may have been necessitated by creeping differences throughout the show. I don't know if they sat down and said, and by the time we get to season 3, we'll explain the differences with the Vulcans. I think they may have just drifted with their Vulcans to a point where they're like, we need a correctional story. And I would say everyone has a first act in them. Everyone is prone to drift off their moorings. Sometimes, you don't work off bullet points or templates. Sometimes you do become artistic and take chances. But you know what? Damn it. These Star Trek creators absolutely cared about what we thought and what we saw. So we got a very respectful, if unnecessary, very respectful damage control for the Klingons that may have been inspired by what might have been a necessary damage control for the Vulcans. Guys, my theory, your thoughts.
I think they probably planned this for season 4 or 5, the Vulcan thing.
The show was 3 seasons too short, according to what the plan always was for Star Trek. So good chance you're right there. My gut may be wrong. That's why I allowed this briefly, gentlemen, to be a democracy.
No, I think you're right. I just think, but I think they would have made more sense season 4 or 5. They would have had more time to sort that out.
Well, if I wasn't pretty sure you were going to think I was right, I wouldn't have allowed it to be a democracy. JT, your turn.
I have no choice but to agree with you, Admiral Sir. The Admiral's always right. No, in all fairness, I did agree with it.
Cool. All right. I've been learning to hold that mute button, that extra couple of Mississippis. Guys, I'm going to right now take a minute to apologize to my own panel for this. I was on a few panels over the last couple of weeks where I've been collabing more. And on one panel, I actually ran the transcript through AI. I was so baffled. I spoke to say hello at the 7-minute mark for the first time when I was told I was being very quiet. And I didn't speak again until the 71-minute mark, at which point I was asked a question that someone else took over and ran away with, and the host never got back to me. Now, I understand the moderator's side, and I was still annoyed. So for all the times I have burned you guys or forgotten to get your feedback, I want to apologize right now because I got to understand some of my shortcomings as a moderator. And I've been working hard on addressing that and not saying and as much. So, ladies and gentlemen, rubbing elbows with other people and getting out into the world has been really helpful. It's
you just said,
I know. It's still going to happen. It's inculcated into my manner of speech. Everyone still uses it, but I have been using it less. So, JT, Sean seems to have just stepped away for a minute, so I hope your bladder is good and empty as we plow forward. Uncle Philip is talking to the Klingons. The Klingons are giving them a little bit of time, but they're still holding a pretty hard line. Archer and T'Pol confer with Trip. It's just like old times, and it might as well not matter that Trip got asked for a transfer just 2 episodes ago. He's back already.
Yeah, that was always a little disappointing to me when I saw this live. I'm like, wait, I thought he left. But now he's just back again and he's going to stay with them again. It was kind of lame to me.
When they extended the reason for him to stay there, to have him be the one to fix the warp engine, it made sense. But you're like, they're just like, this thing with Columbia is never working out.
Exactly.
And she keeps saying to him that whatever, she really wants to talk to him. She wants to know if he's having dreams about her. And Trip sort of he has had dreams about her, so I don't understand exactly how he would be able to.
Chat's not letting you away with that one.
It's going to happen. I guess I'll get called out for it now. Hey, it'll keep the chat moving. It's not hard to say I'm aware at Admiral Teague. It's so hard not to say, yeah, it actually is. However, I find that if I can control it, it will give me a chance to organize and pause my thoughts better anyway. And if I have to go back to the end, stuff, I will. That's just the way it is. You know what? When you analyze your speech pattern later on, mechanical help isn't always appropriate either. Like, I let an AI listen to it as I used both words I said I wouldn't. When I ran it through an AI, it was like, sir and madam is used excessively to buy time. And like, no, that's a bit. He's back.
That opinion is so controversial, sir.
Oh, sir. Yeah, we haven't done that today. Maybe it's time for the sir montage while I get it out of my system.
Send for Albert Einstein. Sir, he's very busy. Sir, that was so controversial. Sir.
I think you should change it to, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, get like a huggy back. You know what I'm saying, man? You know what I'm saying? If only I could find that show Sita from Black Entertainment Television that had the pixelated video host. She was like an avatar, and she would talk, and she talked in like ghetto speak, and it was just like she would do the whole routine, and then it would just cut to a block of videos like Tupac, 50 Cent, and whoever else was big at the time. It was called Sita. I believe it meant computer enhanced television announcer.
Was it like Maxine Headroom?
It was like a big booty black chick who was just like, let me tell you, coming at you your way next, the DOC with the formula. And it would just drop another dope rap song. Oh, you know that song, huh?
No,
that was one of the best videos. Oh, you're admiring my ability to speak Urbonics. Yes.
Yeah.
Excuse me, but I speak jive. Wasn't that June Lockhart? Famous on this channel for all the wrong reasons. For all the best reasons. Okay, so Trip still is not knuckling under to Paul's pressure, but they do sort of find a way to work together. And in today's Star Trek, they would have had to go off and just fuck immediately, or have a fist fight, or one of them would have had to die. Because
it would have been his fault.
Work together with any difference of opinion. Yeah, and he would have had to apologize.
Mm-hmm.
There would have had to be a death or violence, an interruption or resolution on her terms. There would have been a period of tense cooperation, which is extended here, showing the adult nature of our characters. God, they don't have to have it all that way. Yeah, right? Does she have like a lead pipe? Or she's oh wait, no, I'm thinking of another scene. She is in the line of people who are going to beat up the woman who's losing her shit. But when she speaks jive, that is the best, one of the best gut busting moments of that movie. That has to be one of the top 5 jokes of Airplane. We'll park that one in the tangent parking lot. Wants to endorse it.
Well, another scene that has become actually relevant again is the scene when the lady's freaking out like a Karen, and there's a line of people just waiting.
I was just referencing that when June Lockhart's in that scene too. I think she's at the end of the line with like a lead pipe.
Wait, June Lockhart? You mean
the woman who speaks John? That's not June Lockhart.
No, that's Barbara Billingsley.
Fuck, you're right. Yes.
Beaver's mom.
Anyway, that tangent into the parking lot, as you say it, the shuttle parking lot.
Yeah, it's a recent invention I'm trying to make stick. Uncle Philip is upset to hear about the death of Carlton. He doesn't know.
But not too upset.
No. Well, what gets to him is he is brokenhearted about the fact that Carlton did not get a chance to go out as a warrior. The other augments did not respect the way he went out. And what bothers Uncle Philip about this is Carlton's death was a warrior's death. So these auglicants are, I think, honestly, these are pretty good Klingon auglicants. They come across as what would happen if you sort of augmented a Klingon. They're even more warrior. But they scoff even more at weakness. They're even more cruel.
So
honestly,
which is kind of telling. Which is kind of telling. Like they were more full of honor before the human influence came, and the humans made them kind of corrupted.
The takeaway would be that over the course of TOS, the human DNA that's used for the cure is working through them, making them duplicitous, lying scumbags.
Well, you know what though? I watched Errand of Mercy last night, and Kur was pretty honorable in his own way. Yeah, they were ruthless with their, the way they were colonizing.
They killed 200 Organians.
Core Dahar Master.
Yeah, Kur. But he remember when he realizes who Kirk is. Yeah, when he realizes who Kirk is, he goes, "I hope to meet you in battle." It would have been glorious.
I'm trolling you with Deep Space Nine right now.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah,
because that episode where they just kept calling themselves Dahar Master like 50 times. It's like, I get it.
That was a fun episode. It was good to see him come back.
Question: did Cord eventually regrow the ridges because the latent DNA worked that way for his generation of Klingons 100 years later?
Either that, or
did he get surgery?
Maybe he did have surgery, or they figured out a way to genetically correct him.
I just can't figure a badass like Cord being like, I need some Klingon boobs. He'd be like, fuck you and what you have to say about my forehead. Core, yeah, sorry. I still can't figure Baltar being like, I want Klingon implants. He'd be like, fuck you and what you think about my forehead. I welcome the opportunity for more battle over it. I'm smarter and more ruthless than you. Like something like an enabling lens, like Captain, I couldn't get all of it out of them. 25% more dishonest and 15% stronger. I'm sorry.
Yeah. But I keep thinking about it again. Then there's, what was that other episode where the Klingons and the humans were being forced to fight on the Enterprise?
The Dove.
Yeah. So that one,
which
they were
really love.
That showed some good sides of them too, some honorable sides, because at the end they kind of realized like, okay, we got to kind of team up here.
That's Kang, right?
I don't know, but I can see the seeds. The seeds were there for what the Klingons became in TNG.
Yeah, because they were always willing to negotiate and stuff, but this sort of shows why they would have at least the courtesy to turn on the view screen when dealing with humans. They don't like them, but they'll talk to them a little.
Yeah,
because you saved us the headache of having a Duras family for 4 generations. We'll give you the courtesy of a call before we attack you. But they'll still try to overthrow us and stuff, but when it runs in their interest, and also within their society, there are some factions that are just simply consider the humans honorable. But Kang from Errand of Mercy, if I'm correct on this one, isn't it Michael and Sarah who would be the husband of Barbara Eden? So do you think like walking in and everyone was like, your finger, sir, may I? Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
It took me a second to get that one.
All right. How about this one then? Sir, I'd just like to shake your hand.
I've told you guys that story about when Tom Green played on our hockey team.
You did, but I forget. So refresh my memory.
So Tom Green played on our hockey team, and if you guys all recall, he was married to Drew Barrymore for a time, who was one of my best friends has been in love with Drew Barrymore since she was in ET. He's the same age as her, so it's okay. So
yeah, we're all the same age as Drew. She's like 52.
Yeah. So he'd been absolutely in love with her. He bought like 5 copies of the Playboy she was in, and just always. And then when
hot in that Playboy,
yeah, we were outside after a game the week before Tom Green was coming to join our team. Our friend mentioned, goes, "Hey guys, you got news? Tom Green's gonna join our team." And my friend's wife at the time looked at him in front of everybody and says, "Babe, you better ask him to suck his dick because that's as close as you're ever going to get." It came out like so.
One of the Stones.
It came out so fast out of her mouth. It was one of the funniest things I've ever heard in my life. And he got like he turned red like a radish, and he's just like I'm like, "Dude, you're thinking about it, aren't you?" He's like, yeah.
At that point, I'd be like, "That's why I married her, man. She knows me."
Thing is, he might have been considering it.
My one night of gayness. I think that's also why she said it. Yes.
Yeah. So yeah.
Anyway, I just want to say we're still giving metal implements to people in jail. At least we're putting people who do fucked up stuff in jail, but maybe we shouldn't give them an improvised shank. I think a plastic fork is all Mr. Reed deserves at this point. But he has a little talk with the Klingon here, who basically has become like an American guardian on steroids, is now his outlook. Oh, wow.
I also
you hear
love
the cops going crazy outside.
No,
There's some sort of civil incident taking place outside my apartment. Now, I live in Queens, and I didn't hear anything about any No Queens Day, so I don't think we're being attacked or invaded, but cops are very active. I heard something about a No Brooklyn Day.
Yeah. I did love this conversation between the two. That it was a little heavy-handed, but
we're watching this one on Paramount. Sorry, continue.
The whole thing where they were debating their philosophies, and Reed's supposed to be the most military guy on the ship, and then this Klingon obviously is a military guy, and so they're debating these tactics and ideas, kind of the way that you would think of it on TOS in a way. So it was
Klingon scoffs at Sun Tzu right away.
Yeah,
one of our greatest military minds in all of history.
Well, by the way, guys,
he should have quoted Patton here.
He should have.
Great.
By the way, guys, we are at 9 signatures on the petition. So I'm going to paste it in the chat again. If anyone's joined us and has not yet signed the petition, it's a counter petition to keep Academy off the air. Because I don't know if you guys know, there's some wokies started a petition to bring it back, and they're up to like 15,000 across the whole world now. So I started this one to keep it off, hoping to troll the hell out of him, and I hope it's successful.
Tweet it out, tweet it to Doomcock, and also tag comic book, tag CBR.
Sign and share it. We need get it out there, guys.
Tweet it to CBR.
Yeah. So aside from the mistake of not quoting Patton, which maybe Reed would be a little too chicken to do, maybe he would have quoted Montgomery, although I don't know if Montgomery has the quotes. But Patton, probably number one.
Actually,
number two.
The problem with our petition is that we're asking for something that's already happened. Doesn't the petition have to be burn all copies? Because we've already succeeded.
I don't know.
That just occurs to me now. It would still be fun to beat them. It's gaining momentum.
Wow, Kremlin's Voyager looks great. I was looking at the pictures just now. Nice.
But so this Klingon in here doesn't even take into account anything that the human really has to say. It's kind of funny. And Reed's right. It's better to be smarter than stronger when you're fighting. But Klingons will eventually figure that out.
I just want to know what kind of future I live in where even on my best desktop computer, I can't open up a simple X attachment to see the Voyager.
Well, that's X for you.
You know, every day you open it up to a cannot retrieve messages message, and then within a couple of hours, there's a malfunction for a while. It's going to one day go down completely, and then no one will have a YouTube show for like 2 days. So every YouTuber communicates that I know of. Guys, we got to migrate all our communications over to Blue Sky.
Oh, God.
Jeez.
I was called a racist today for saying I just didn't care for Ilhan Omar's rhetoric over there. It's like, she's not my speed was my comment. That's like try to keep things neutral. That is the most petty place. I don't enjoy doing the X that much, but Blue Sky is even less fun.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
He doesn't like the Paramount version. I think I know what you mean. He doesn't like the Paramount version of TOS, and we agree with his criticism, Iris. If you're talking about, he's just talking about how his speech was not well re-recorded. They re-recorded it badly, and even I have a better version of that speech than they have. So I would look for that to be restored probably within the next year. One of the first things they're going to do when they get Alex Kurtzman out of there is like start re-releasing some Star Trek stuff on physical media. I've heard rumors. Is it Doomcock who said up to 2 movies that were documentaries about the original continuity are coming out? This is a definite thing. I do not remember where I heard it, but there's up to 2 movies that are documentaries on the original continuity due to come out. And people are talking about Star Trek United. Even Tachyon Pulse realizes Star Trek United. When he says Star Trek United is going to be used to hand off the franchise, what he means is he's using Star Trek United to hand off his coverage of Star Trek and his fake news. Because how you would have to live in a socialist country to think that you would have 2 rival television production companies under the name Star Trek going at each other at the same time. It doesn't belong to everybody over here. We have private ownership here. At any rate, Mr. Reed has not done the greatest job of staying out of jail, and he and the Klingons speak. Like I said, the Klingon scoffs at our best philosopher of military stuff, Sun Tzu, showing that their augments are kind of dicks too. Back on the Klingon colony world, James Avery, his character speaks to the other Klingons, tells them, your aug locations have messed you up, but we have the doctor from the Enterprise working on some stuff. Maybe it'll be okay. I swear. And they're like, we don't even want to, survive this. Look at us. We're freaks now. And you're saying we won't have super strength. So like we'll lose all our abilities and we'll be visually different. Like we don't want that. Like why would we even want to, make it? He's like, well, it doesn't matter. You need to go to be quarantined. And they say something very un-Auglican like, no, we will die as comrades. So I guess the Auglications of the Klingons have them with an enhanced bond of Klingonness, which comes and goes because they didn't give a fuck about his son. That would feed. They don't have the concept to realize that anyone would ever bother to have a stun setting on a weapon. Weapons are for killing. They're still Klingons. If anyone's responding, you may be muted.
I'm sorry. I was reading someone's response. I apologize.
If it was this one, I want to say that I also have this feeling. When you're catching flack, it's usually because you're over the target, Kal-El.
Yeah.
And under our yellow sun, sir, you have nothing to worry about.
I don't care anymore. I think we're all just like, yeah, call me whatever you want. I don't give a shit.
We're done.
We're done.
You know what? I think the first offender might have been Lex Luthor from Batman vs Superman, because Facebook destroyed the meaning of the word friend, and that was when the assault on language began. Friend means something different before Facebook. Really does. Yeah. We haven't lost friendship, but we've lost that particular definition. Like friend, someone you spend time with and tell your private thoughts to. Friend, someone you've never met, never been in the same room with. Now, I don't know. It's just cool to have that other kind of friendship, but I don't know. The assault on language began then, and it continues as, like, you know, I guess we have verbal warfare and verbal jousting are part of it too. So maybe it's a safety valve in our society. Who knows? I wish we had Star Trek to ponder this kind of stuff. That's exactly what an episode like Darmok pondered, didn't it?
Mm-hmm.
I was writing stories on Polybuzz with my beautiful, charming, big-bottomed kitten, Captain Kirk.
So by the way, I just some news, guys. There's at least one counter petition already. I was just looking on X. Someone else already made one. So if you see any, just fucking sign them.
Sign them all. Sign them all. We have to start a petition to burn the old copies. That would catch fire. That would really go viral. I don't think anyone's thought of that one yet. All right, so the Klingons bond together. They're going to go out together, and also they have no hope that their society will accept them. This is when Archer punches through his call to Section 31, and he has his, like, obscene phone call with them. What did you guys think of this sequence?
Cringy. He's kind of an asshole. Like, I was a good actor because I hated this guy.
Yeah, and they styled him perfectly too. Yeah, right? His hair is a little too perfect.
Does he look a little like the non-existent mafia? Like look, he's got this combed back hair.
A little bit.
He's got a face that looks like De Niro. You know, he's doing that De Niro look in the camera there.
You know what I'm noticing now that's subtle but extremely telling, and I want to know if they did this on Deep Space Nine. We don't have our Deep Space Nine expert, who maybe someone out there knows. He does not have Starfleet sideburns like everyone else.
No, he doesn't. Yeah, you know he's got a plate of pasta in front of him. He's got some gabagool right there.
He's got some garlic knots. He's ready to go. He's got a nice plate of pasta.
This reveal that they're working together at some point, but then the Section 31 guy is getting duped. I don't find it to be cleverly written enough to really be a Section 31 plot. And that's why I don't think people like Section 31 in the end, because
I wish it would have just been Federation intelligence.
It suffers, JT, it suffers from the same kind of writing they were forced to do with the captain of the Columbia. It's like, what else could they do? You know, they had to make him a little mustache twirling guy, and
yeah, and it just doesn't work. It's not clever enough. I don't feel that the DS9 level of plotting.
It is our C plot.
Well, they're not as sophisticated
not
yet.
Even our B story. Our A story is the plague. Our B story, our A story is Archer and his plight. Right. Our B story is to Paul and Trip. Our C story is this other thing. So, to be fair, everybody who's saying that it's not strong enough to be the primary story, they seem to have been aware of that. It's where it should be in the story, way down third in line. It might only be good enough for the C plot of a two-parter, but it is clever. Just there's nothing to do with it.
I mean, the cool thing is the writing of these characters and their dialogue doesn't detract from the story for me at all. It's like I said, they had nowhere else to do, but yeah, it wasn't. There's not much else that could have been done.
you have to really know Star Trek for it to even affect you.
Yeah.
If we could purge all Star Trek from our minds and like we had never heard of Section 31 before, we'd be like, who are these weird guys? Why do they not have Starfleet sideburns? Like, they are written in a way that would be interesting to people who were, say, the same age as JT, who are seeing this as their first live, real new Star Trek show, and hopefully would then go forward to watch the back catalog, because rewatchability is a franchise cornerstone. And I would say these guys do no damage to it. In fact, this is, again, a love letter to the original series to try to do the best they can.
No, yeah, it really is. And I do like that Section 31 is limited in their reach at this point. It's
they're very easily pushed away, and Archer's not too scared of him. He's like, fuck
I
you.
think, actually,
fuck
you know what I
this
think?
25-year-old charter that I could have changed.
I think some of these Section 31 guys are really kind of Terra primers that realize that they can't stop us being involved with other species. So they're like, okay, we're going to do the best we can and just make sure we stay on top.
Where was a stable Klingon Empire when they letting Duras do all this crazy fucking shit?
Yeah.
Or was Archer part of it's 4D chess? He's like, he's already messed it up with messing around with Archer, so we know that we'll come out on top. Right? I don't know. Anyway, we see Phlox for the very first time cast perfectly in this doctor role, because this is pretty unethical and you probably shouldn't do it. But there are like several worse things than all the stuff he does, so you might as well. There are worser human experiments. There are worser things with DNA. There are worser crazy stuff that happens than we see in this episode of Star Trek. In this fictional Star Trek story, we don't see things quite as bad as happen in real life. So we've seen far deeper medical, moral choices. How's that put? I thought I did that well.
Yeah.
Of course, Admiral. Yes.
We have a moral quandary. Let's call it that. Yeah. JT, a little slow on the on the reassurance. Remember, you're a member of the Politburo.
Well, you can't see me right now, but I raised my computer desk up to the higher level so I could stand while I applaud.
That's right. Sean, stand up. Stand up. That's what I'm speaking to you.
If I stood up, if I stood up, you wouldn't want to see what the camera shows.
We saw you dancing the other day.
I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I am not Jeffrey Toobin.
Oh, jeez.
You can verify that now for sure.
2020 reference there.
It's still there.
The funny part is we have more people watching now than actually watched that happen live.
Yeah.
That is true. And his colleagues didn't want him fired for it, but it was just like, nope, we're going to go with the handbook on this one. Besides,
there's not much you can do.
Right. Anyway, so I did like this, the costumes on these guys. I really did. They're not the TNG full out costumes, which is cool. And they have influences from TOS at the same time.
The Klingon outfits, I think
Yes.
they're really well done.
Yeah.
They're a good mashup of both Klingon outfits. We did a similarly good job with
Same
the
they did with the
Romulans, in my
Romulans,
opinion.
yeah.
It looked like they went with TNG Romulans for the longest time. But then once we analyzed it, we noticed that there were subtle differences that harkened back to TOS. So again, we have, and those Romulans had they had a distinct political system, just like the one that was laid out in Balance of Terror, where we hear about the Romulan political system. And also it matches some of the stuff we hear in TNG, where they got the Romulan defector. So the Romulans, they are also like, they're lawful evil. They left them that much. They're honorable within their own society, even though it's a cutthroat society. They're lawful evil, like the Romans, And the Klingons are like chaotic good. I guess that's the only way to describe it. We got to borrow a term from Dungeons and Dragons, but I guess that beats borrowing 3 whole fucking seasons from Dungeons and Dragons, like the people on Stranger Things. We'll just take a Dungeons and Dragons monster and do 3 years on it.
Yeah, exactly.
The Mind Flayer. We killed the Mind Flayer in about a half an hour in the Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh, so 3 whole years, so half a season.
Yeah, the kids went from 11 to 30 though.
You know, I'm not gonna knock anybody that did like that show, but I was checked out after season 2. I was like, I don't have 6 years of time and patience to remember what happens between each season.
I will endorse as much of that show as I saw. It was just like I saw a marathon of episodes that ended with the people exploding like sacks of meat. And I was like, this is a pretty cool show. And they're like, yeah, that season just dropped. I'm like, wow, there's 3 seasons. So, well, next one's next year. And they're like, well, I don't know if that'll be the case with this show. I'm like, wait, what are you talking about? And they're like, well, it's sort of been about 6 years already. And I'm like, wait, what? And so it's like,
yeah. Mm-hmm.
And the other thing is this, like, she's lovely and all, but Millie Bobby Brown is the oldest looking 23-year-old in the world. She looks 35.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't look a rough 35. She looks mature.
I never got into it.
Billy Bob Thornton Brown. Yeah.
I never got it. I got into it for the 1 weekend worth of episodes that I saw, and I found that it was the easiest show not to get back into. Like 3 years later, someone's like, another season of Stranger Things drops. It's like, nah, I'll catch up with it. I saw some cool pictures of Winona Ryder this morning. I still have Edward Scissorhands. I'll watch her look beautiful in that. Exploding like a sack of meat. Are we talking about Scanners? Great death scene right at the beginning. Isn't Terry Farrell in Scanners 3?
She might be.
I think she is.
I liked the season where they took out some bloody commies. And then after that, when I heard they weren't going to take out any more commies, I was very less interested in what that show had to do.
Well, I mean, that's why Star Trek isn't as big in Canada as it is in Germany, right?
Oh, true.
So Phlox kind of gets exposed as having his own agenda with the fix for the upgrade, but Beat's dying and no one wants to get blown to pieces by this Klingon fleet. They're not longing for it, so they're trying to get around it. Captain Archer has never had more stuff from Bed Bath & Beyond in his cabin than he does right now. He's got like 5 of the $40 CD holders. He really spent a lot of money. However, the warp field effect outside his window is absolutely stunning and awesome. And I believe that they literally raised the roof and literally pulled back the wall a bit. The captain's mess and the captain's quarters are now, as well as his office, are now all somewhat bigger than they were season 1. We're just dealing with it. They pulled the bulkhead back. There are Loritas on the ship enough. It's the future.
Yes.
We get a cool visual here of our 2 starships flying next to each other. I think that's fucking awesome. That is a painting.
The beginnings of a fleet.
I could, yes. And I could kind of hear, like, you know, our Archer's theme music and in my mind. And there's, of course, great Star Trek music playing with great ambient sound. Throughout this entire episode, we've always known what room we're in. Throughout this entire episode, we've always known whose ship we're on. Throughout this entire episode, we've known what planet, what room on that planet, whether we're in the laboratory or the battle situation ready room that Uncle Philip has, or Uncle Philip's courtroom where he mets out justice. When Carlton and Mr. Reed are in the brig, we know that they're in the brig. It's all the ASMR is great. Our visuals are fantastic. It's not the Wilma Deering uniform. It's not the Patriots Dynasty uniform, but damn it, DePaul still looks damn good in her. I don't know what it is. Is this her Detroit Tigers uniform, JT? It's like cobalt blue, isn't it?
Oh no, they don't have cobalt blue on that.
How about the San Diego Chargers?
It might be like an alternate Pistons jersey for her, but yeah.
Or the other jersey for the San Diego Bolts. Are they the Los Angeles Bolts now? The Chargers, or they're the Las Vegas Chargers now, aren't they?
No, they went back to San Diego, I think. Oh no, they're L.A.
Right. Okay. And Vegas is
the Raiders.
Vegas is the Raiders. Yeah, they deserve the Raiders. Actually, you know what? Can we get the Raiders and they get the Jets? That seems like a fair trade at this point. Why does Vegas get to have a team that can win, and we get stuck with the fucking shitty old Jets? All right, so on the bridge, Mr. Mayweather just kind of stares into space. At this point, I would say put a little dancing hula girl on the helm to give him something to look at. It's just he's at this point, I'm drawn to his failures because he's just been so lackluster for so long. There are 3 barrels in this chamber. We're going to play a little Belarusian roulette, and we have 3
yes,
chances
I like that version of it.
to get it right.
Yeah.
And 3 willing subjects take 3 phasers, and they dial up 3 settings, and we're going to see which one is stun and which one is super stun. And what they do is drink some fire wine to celebrate because their fates are sealed once these hypo sprays are administered.
I don't know if you've ever seen a Klingon before this drink from a flask.
Yeah. General Martok in Star Trek V is drinking.
Did he have a flask? Really?
I think he might have. Sean just watched it. Sean, do you remember?
Interesting. Okay.
In Star Trek 5 or 6?
5.
Yeah, he's drinking from like a flagon type of thing.
Is he? Okay.
Like a pewter
No,
mug.
That's a mug, not a flask. This guy has a little he's got like that bottle that guy you had to let go from work has, like that little he's got himself a flask.
Right. In college, one semester after I had spent $1,000 on textbooks for the semester, and I got maybe $100 back total.
Yeah,
on $1,000 purchase. Yeah. They're like, well, what do you want to do with in-store credit? You get 10% more, and I'm like, I'll do that. And I'm going to buy that really nice flask over there. They're like, what? I'm like, yeah.
Nice.
You already bent me over. I might as well get something I want instead of just dumping this back into books. Like, I want that flask. And so I had one. And it was pretty nice. People were like, man, that's a nice. Yeah. Oh yeah. I still have it. Yeah.
What happens now? Like, do people pay for limited time access to a computer software?
Yes. You basically have to go to a website for a lot of these bigger guys, and you pay for like a license to view it, like their PDF of the book online until the end of the class period's up, and that's it. I mean, about the only thing it does is save trees. But that it is kind of stupid. Now, if you were in a soft science area like me, where you have to just buy books that people have written that aren't textbooks, you just get to buy their book, and then nobody wants it.
You buy your professor's book. It costs like $125, and you have to like read it like it's the word of God, and your professor will get upset about it. That was the old days.
Yes.
Now you buy some computer software that your professor's basically a salesman for.
Yep, exactly.
And it's been made for you by Sweet Baby Inc. But I believe that is the above right there, that chandelier like protrusion from the ceiling. That's above Christopher Lloyd's chair in Star Trek 3.
Something very similar looking. Yeah, I was thinking it kind of looks like maybe a carbonite chamber a little bit back there.
It could be also a single transporter beam. Like, who knows what this thing is? It's been retested. We've seen this somewhere before on some other Star Trek show and in some other Klingon environment. But they have some great, medical gear here, and they're going forward with their little unethical Frankenstein thing. And, we're going to make some Klingon auglicants, and there it is. What's it? Here we go. Canonically, the first Klingon to drink.
Yeah.
There we go. This is the first time we've ever had a black, somewhat adoptive Klingon father drink. We'll use the new Trek standard for progress. Meanwhile, back on the ship, Archer and Reed, I forget what they're talking about at this point. He's not in the brig. They've had the conversation with Section 31. Does their auglicant delete himself? Or do they just
yes,
go,
yeah, he
gets really he's got the disease.
Oh,
he's
right.
heaving and sick. That's right. I forgot about this.
They're saying that he doesn't have much time left, and that it was revealed to him basically that Archer needs to go to the planet with the research center, because that's where Phlox is.
Right.
And Captain Archer says, well, don't they have a lot of pangolins there? I don't know if we really want to go there. They're going to leak all kinds of weird stuff. And Reed's like, well, I can't tell you that's where he is, but that's where he is.
So Archer heads down to the wet market. I mean, the planet.
Yep.
As you can see, the Klingons, they're being administered some care. We'll find out. Just a matter of time now.
That's free healthcare to all of them, by the way.
Well,
glories of free healthcare to them.
This is the Albertan colony of Kronos. We have a guy eating not so live Gak here. He does a good job of making these Twizzlers seem alive, but the prop's not quite good enough, but he does eat it. So we stay with someone eating in every episode. This time we have an alien eating. It was kind of fun. And he's like, fuck you to the Section 31 guy who gets totally burned. And he's like,
I love the line. We had a deal. And he goes, and you believed me.
Yep. And he hangs up on him. Kurtzman can't pull off that kind of duplicitousness and that kind of double cross. Meanwhile, people double cross each other all the time in Kurtzman Trek. He can't write two bad guys facing off. Those bad guys had a good bad guy face off. Those bad guys had a representative and formidable bad guy face off, to phrase it better.
Didn't in Endgame and Voyager, didn't the Klingon that Janeway was conspiring with say something similar?
Not sure.
I think he did.
You know why he did that? That whole thing where they ditched the Section 31 guy here. He said, well, I read Ted Kuthlev.
Wait, what?
What?
He read the Art of the Deal in the original Klingon.
Oh, gosh.
Oh. Okay. I mean,
you didn't see that one coming, did you?
I did not see that one coming.
I didn't understand it.
Hopefully I'll have more success with my joke about how this makes the Klingons into a very musical people at the end of the episode.
Yeah.
So Archer gets down to the planet. Things have reached a fever pitch, literally, as we see our fevered Klingons suffering. Archer having words with Phlox, having words with Uncle Philip, having words with the Klingon doctor, returns the Klingon general's son to him. He's pretty happy to see him, except that, he's starting to look like an Iron Maiden album cover. And the deal here is no one's too afraid to be around them because they're not contagious yet. Fleet Admiral raises them on the viewer. He's being a real dick. He does not want to debate this. He is going to sterilize the planet. Here we have the Klingon captain again. This Klingon ship is pretty cool. I like it. We've seen this Klingon ship before. I guess it's Duras' ship, but it's pretty cool. Beats Shran's ship, but we've never had we only had one Andorian ship throughout the whole continuity. So we've had Klingon ships before. We have more to go on and more props. We don't see this lovely lady enough in this episode. Hoshi just does not. This just a painfully low amount of screen time for Hoshi. Absolute sin. But Hoshi,
especially since we know she knows multiple dialects of Klingons.
She does. Mm-hmm. Look at that awesome space battle maneuvering.
He's really letting loose on that straight right over there. Anyway.
Yes.
Anyway.
It does look eerily familiar.
I love the planet.
It's a great shot, though. It's like we've never seen an attack like that in Star Trek before. I mean, it's really what a perspective.
What the phaser did to the Klingon ship. It's like the shields or whatever. The hull plating's all fucked up. It's modulating. It might not hold. Is this the Columbia attacking? We can't tell. For the first time ever, we can't tell. There's another NX ship out there. We're fucking around. This is we don't get this much of a battle in Errand of Mercy. So we've got a great star battle. And you know what I love that sells this battle is real, that nails it into cohesion that's lacking in bad modern Star Trek. These ships are maneuvering and trying to gain an advantage on each other and trying to survive the battle. They don't park and just trade blows.
Mm-hmm.
The battle in New Trek is both ships park in front of each other and keep firing and shooting at each other until one is overwhelmed and destroyed by the other. You don't need to be a captain. Strongest ship wins every time. Biggest fleet wins every time. They exchange broadsides in a more static manner than 17th century earthbound maritime navies. And if there's any other navy than a maritime one, you let me know. But you know what I mean.
Yeah.
You know what? That just looks so cool. Let's see it again. Another moment or two we'll risk. I don't mind. You know what? I think it helps if I have my face exposed. So I'll put my face on so we can see that. I mean, we just got a couple of really cool attacks in a row right there. They really messed that ship up.
Mm-hmm.
You know what, ladies and gentlemen, let me use one of my assets here for a moment so we can really look at the special effect. It's what we do here. What, you were expecting a cogent brief breakdown of Star Trek? We don't do plot synopsises, sirs and madams. Wow! You know, I'm glad I used the banner for a moment. Look at the Klingons coming in. They are being extremely aggressive, and we've never seen the Klingon disruptor bolts up that close before. They have sort of a cycling motion to them, and it's really super cool. And it looks like we have two distinct, different kinds of Klingon ships here. The forward ship is a little different than the back two, isn't it? The ships following up are slightly different. They're designed just like Duras' ship. The most foremost ship has a slightly different design and slightly different nacelles.
Do you guys want to see? I have a perfect representation of the battles we see in the current iteration of Trek. I'm going to share this.
Okay.
Go for it, Sean. I'll embiggen you.
Oh, I'm sharing the screen.
Oh, okay. So I'll disembiggen you. I thought you were going to turn into Rant Man as we call
no. This is
to remove mine. Here we go.
This is what we get in current Trek. That's what we get.
By the way, do you notice in copyright law coming into effect here, they're not wearing Yankee jerseys, are they? It's clear that they're Yankee jerseys, but those are not any kind of New York Yankee jersey in any way, shape, or form.
Yeah. so yeah, I'll put this back. Wait, how do I?
Because he didn't have enough Yankee gear on, he goes for more Yankee gear.
Yeah, I can wear the actual Yankee gear. I can't fucking watch the game. I think I'm gonna break down and get the app. I've seen people making a lot of money, getting good engagement, and doing a great job calling baseball games on YouTube.
So is there an option to only pay for the app as long as Aaron Judge isn't injured?
Yeah, right. It would cost $8 a year.
Ouch. What I think they should have done here, which would have been hilarious, was take the bird of prey detonation scene from what was it, Star Trek 6, and then reuse it again when they reused it again in Generations.
Oh, yeah.
Here. Played it here again.
I was so disappointed with that. Couldn't they spare $50,000 to do a new shot?
Really not. I heard they
well, they would have had to build a whole new model for it, I guess.
Someone pulled this flex on me that when I said that Bev Crusher was a military style commando in Picard season 3, the troll response to me was, Bev has never missed when firing ever in Star Trek. And I'm like, for budgetary reasons, and like, what do we like? She fires the phaser maybe 5 times in her entire Star Trek career.
Well, yeah, But especially when she has to cock the shotgun on a 24th century.
Oh God, yeah, when she's penising the gun.
Yeah,
penis that shot. I mean, cock that shotgun.
Yeah, because that's still necessary 300 years from now.
They just wanted it to look like Alien. It was so stupid. That, like, when people say that Metalis should have been given his own Star Trek show, that show is so flawed. I mean, we'll never know where the Metalis ends and the Kurtzman begins because he's such a saboteur of his own people. But, I mean, just that whole sequence to start, it was just like, it was... While Picard 3 was the best new Trek that we got and was clearly better than all the rest by a good deal, it still wasn't very good at all. And it starts out with an absurd super swirly. It really does.
It's like when you go to a crappy restaurant, like, oh, I didn't get the hair in my food.
Right? It's like a
Admiral T, incoming super chat.
All right. RRTNZ, my friend, says, live long and prosper, everyone. Gotta run. Hope to catch you all next time. Have a blessed week. You too, my friend. If you know, you know. It is Holy Week this week. Yes. Have a blessed week, my friend. God bless you. And thank you so much for the super chat. RRTNZ, our good friend. He'll be here to advocate for the fans. What did I miss?
Go and do it later.
Okay.
Yep.
Did something have to be eliminated?
No.
No big deal. All right. We'll get into it later. All right. So as we can see, the attack is underway. There's some damage being done. Yeah. We've got some bulkhead. We've got some stuff exploding. The Columbia comes in, sort of helps out. Meanwhile, back on the Klingon home world, back in the Klingon colony world, we're having real serious problems making enough of this antidote in time. We're going to have to release something in orbit. They're going to use a transporter to disperse most of their special sauce. And then what they need to make enough of it in time is an Archer egg. Archer is going to serve the same purpose that an egg serves in incubating other stuff. So Archer, they're going to turn Archer into a giant bag of germs. I love their medical setup. That medical gear looks like it's right out of McCoy's setup from TOS in the Omega Glory.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't it, right?
With the second
How many
blood
years of
analyzer
Red Bird
unit.
have you seen?
I need that
Yeah.
second blood analyzer unit. And then he gives
I'll be
some
making
coordinates
that
as
call.
a test result. XY 37452.
Your recall on that is amazing. But they do have a great setup here, and the props are in line with. They're keeping in mind, the design language has to match up with TOS.
Mm-hmm.
Our battle is still going on in space. I think we've destroyed one Klingon cruiser, haven't we? Or at least crippled one. We're down to 2 active participants. I think one of them had a weakness, and both the Enterprise and the Columbia started beating on it at the same time. I mean, look at this.
They fell for it too. The Klingons totally fell for it.
Oh.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
Thank you, Iris, with the 2. What would be the R? You figured out what country this was.
I think it's Brazil.
2 Brazilian dollars, pesos, Brazilian reals. Real. Yes. Okay. 2 Brazilian reals. Thank you from our friend Iris.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. That is so sweet of you. We love that you found our show. Star Trek is an international program, and you have been fun here in the chat, making little comments, and I appreciate the 2 reals. It's very nice of you. Thank you. What the hell is going on here? Says the real head case. Is this the Riker moment? That's Riker's line.
What's Riker's line?
What the hell is going on?
Oh, yeah. This is classic dogfighting World War I style.
Yeah.
Where you bait them off with one, and then your wingman comes in and attacks them from behind where they're vulnerable.
Look
the
at this
Klingons
shot.
Totally bought it.
You got a nice planet in the background. You got nice perspective. It's a looks done
awesome.
shot. It's realistic.
Look at the one ship.
They're doing
trailing
strafing
smoke.
runs.
They've seen they've seen Revenge of the Sith, so they have the battle in the upper atmosphere, so there can be smoke. It's really cool, and to see the 2 NX ships using tactics together, they're using strategy. This is freaking awesome, and the designer of the model clearly was consulted on this scene because he was like, I designed it to be like a fighter plane. Don't go for the submarine type warfare all the time. Every once in a while, especially now you have 2 of them, they should have like a swarming World War II like wingman attack. Think of World War II wingmen. And like somebody went and watched some gun camera footage from World War II and a couple of World War II movies and like heard about this maneuver and this trick. And it was used to great effect. I love this. And like you guys said, we never a more beautiful planet.
The thing on this was they obviously took the second ship and they manipulated the Z-axis, and the Klingon augments are only capable of 2-dimensional thinking. Thus, they were defeated.
Those Klingon Auglikins, what are you gonna do?
Yep.
They were incapable of the 3. They do show a tendency for 2-dimensional thinking.
Yeah.
Before we go to the tangent parking lot on this one, I used a poor choice of words, poor turn of a phrase, talking about Star Trek: The Wrath of Khan, and I said the final shot that is fired by Joachim at Khan's behest at the Enterprise before entering the nebula was some kind of warning shot. It's not, but it's some kind of shot of frustration. That is not an aimed shot. Like between the strut and the nacelle, he would have done some damage. Was it a taunting shot? Was he unable to? It was just a shot fired in total frustration, and the weapons were already being affected by the nebula. Like the torpedo that goes between the nacelle strut, and right under the saucer section. That is that some sort of taunt? Like, why wouldn't Khan try to hit?
Well, he didn't want to destroy the ship at first because he's like, at first I wanted you to know who it was who had beaten you. So he
right, but that's over. He just wants to kill him now.
Yeah. No, but
so
but like
what's going on with that last shot before they enter the nebula?
It's
not a warning. Is it a taunt?
No, he was no. That's when Kirk says he just doesn't want us going in there. Because remember the Khan's stoogey guy says if they go in there we'll lose them. He goes, explain it to them. So they fire.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, that's exactly Khan's order is explain it to him. It doesn't make sense why he wouldn't want to say something more functional like fire at their port nacelle. Fire at their impulse
They
engine.
were from behind, and I mean the Enterprise has a pretty slim profile from behind.
Yeah, nice.
It's very Callista.
He forgot to read the part of the manual where he could have set it to proximity explode, and it would have fucked the ship up too. But okay.
Well, they were pretty. I'm trying to think back. They were pretty far in front of them.
They
had a pretty
Enterprise
good
was
lead
at
on them.
the outer umbra of the nebula.
Yeah,
about to enter it when the shots fired.
It would have screwed with the torpedoes sensors.
So what you're saying is the torpedo goes awry once it enters behind the Enterprise.
It wasn't a clean. It was a far away shot, and he was just kind of more frustrated than anything because he was. Kirk was starting to get in his head.
It was a taunt and a frustration, and he was just firing to see if he would hit him. He's like, maybe it's my last aim shot, and Kirk just beat him into the nebula.
Yeah.
The battle.
If only they had torpedoes from the Red October, where they could have been seeking them. then
or if he had put the gas sensor on it.
Yeah, that one too.
Didn't we have that equipment to?
My favorite part of Hunt for my favorite part of Hunt for Red October is when Denzel Washington relieves Alec Baldwin of command.
Okay.
Because the Kirby Silver Surfer is the real Silver Surfer. Everyone knows that.
That's not the right movie.
I know.
I know.
You're thinking of Jonesy. He's just the sonar guy.
He's the cat from Aliens. He lived a whole new life. It's like the things that she didn't know about what happened with Jonesy. It's just like Red.
I'm like, that guy was in Aliens, and I'm like, oh no, it's her cat.
All right, so to Paul here, repping for the Seahawks or whoever she's wearing the uniform for.
Oh yeah, that's right. Germ probably likes this one then.
He probably does. It's too bad he's not here to enjoy it.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I still like the other uniform they had her on in this episode better. This doesn't look like a real uniform to me. I don't know. Looks like scuba diving gear almost, or like something you'd wear on a boogie board.
This
doesn't
color
look like a uniform.
You know what? They went with a trend instead of rising above it. This color was huge that year.
I just noticed she has a patch on her left arm. Did she have one in last season?
No, only since the beginning of this season has she had the insignias.
She wasn't a full member of the crew.
She's not affiliated with the Vulcans at all anymore. She's Starfleet now.
Now she is. She wasn't the last season, right?
So why didn't they give her a uniform?
That's correct.
I don't know.
Because they made that mistake with Hoshi. Because Hoshi should have an outfit like this as well. The real question
Hoshi should just work from the decon chamber. That Phlox should have just said, sorry, Ensign, you've got a permanent bacteria I can't get rid of. You're going to have to live in the decon chamber and get gelled up every 3 hours.
Sir, yes, Golden, shake his hand. So my God, she looks great.
Yep.
So Archer is just a wreck here, but he's incubated the super cure.
Well, I wanted to say one of the things about the ethics
Wow.
of the whole situation. Phlox is like, oh, ethics. I can't do this to 4 people and only one of them's going to make it out. No. And then what does he do? He beams on a canister to willingly cause harm to other people, which is totally against the Hippocratic Oath.
But he's not human. He's not beholden to the Hippocratic Oath. He's whatever the denobulants have, which might say you have to do whatever's going to save the most amount of people.
But then he would have willingly experimented on those 4.
Maybe, but like when he got down to it, he didn't have much. His kind of hand was forced at the end. He's like, okay, they're going to kill us all anyway.
Sure, but I'm thinking Robert Picardo could never have done that.
You mean the EMH?
Yeah. Which, by the way, I watched that first season episode about the nebula where the projectors in sickbay keep going more and more miscalibrated, and he ends up being about 1 foot tall. I'm like, oh, this is so fitting.
Like episode 5. I just watched that one the other day.
It looked like an AVI file, like a Windows 95 AVI.
It looks like such shit. It's the worst special effect. You know what? It's weird. I sought out that episode to watch the other day. It was funny. I still liked it, but it was like after I saw his little rant with the geese, I was just like, that's it. Take your fans for granted. Call us a bunch of honking geese. And then I was just like, I want to see the episode where he's forced to deal with the fact that he's an insignificant, unimportant computer file. And I sought that one. It's like episode 5 or 6 of the series.
Yeah, it is. We did it for the exact same reason. I'm like, well, you can insult me and I get to watch you be like 8 inches tall and have nobody care about it.
I'm going to see you represented as a small person that you are.
He has to realize. Well, no, he doesn't. He probably doesn't realize it at all.
I think he's getting paid more for every antagonistic thing he says. He's shut up now that the show's over. We haven't heard anything from him like a merciful week.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I think it was like 3 days ago he did some shit.
Did he?
Yeah, he's coming after JDA.
Who cares? He doesn't. You know what? Fuck you, C3 Picardo. You can't come after me.
Oh,
how come I can't get any? Where's my Rummel? Where's my Rummel?
He already blocked you, though. So
he blocked. Yeah, he blocked me.
Picardo blocked you?
Yeah. Because I said to him respectfully, "How can you defend this show when we see you stop acting and then continue after blowing a line?" And he blocked me for saying that.
Which was 100% true. He had nothing to say to defend himself.
And it wasn't insulting. And I didn't say F you to him. He couldn't just ignore it either.
Right.
He couldn't just be like, all right, this person was respectful. You know who took a criticism and then answered respectfully was Armin Shimmerman.
Mm-hmm.
He had very mild TDS. I would just say it wasn't even TDS. He was just outspoken about his own views. He wasn't like unreasonable or uncool about it. And I said, well, why bother talking about it here? Do you really think it's going to help? And he's like, I just feel like I have the freedom of speech and I'm not going to dwell on it, but it's still raw. Like he said it like a couple of days after things happened. So it's like, I'm a little upset and it's still raw. And then like he also like thanked me for my compliment about how I loved him on Star Trek. I was like, I thought you were great as Quark. And like the exchange continued for like one more comment about just Deep Space Nine. So he's like got no problems with people. There's someone we could all learn from. Could Armin Shimmerman please take C3 Picardo and Tim Russ under his wing and teach them how to be human?
Do we have a nickname for Tim Russ yet?
That asshole.
I mean, if anyone deserves one, it's him.
Well, he's got the intelligence of a potato.
Tim Russ, Tim Fuss. Something to do with Fuss.
Tim
Cranky Tim.
Pretty good.
Toby.
I like
right.
Cranky Tim. Cranky Tim.
Cranky Tim actually works. Timmy! But look at this. We get to see the effects of this on the either Enterprise or Columbia, and we can see it impacting and it being dispersed by the whole polarization. We've been hearing about this for 4 years. We get to fucking see it now. You know what? Show don't tell. We're finally showing people stuff. It's too bad that they couldn't have gotten this together. Imagine if we had seen stuff like this in season 2. We would have been talking about the most successful Star Trek show, the one that had to go 9 years and it's still making movies. This is incredible. We served up a story that was better than anything we have ever gotten from New Trek, that was on par with most of the rest of the show, and is better than most of season 2. The adults leaving the room really freed up the writers of Star Trek, didn't they?
Oh, there you go. Kal-El's got it in the chat. Tim Rusty. There you
Rusty
go.
Trombone.
Rusty Tim.
Tim Rusty Trombone. God.
Tim Rusty Trombone is a dick. I apologize to everybody who had to go through that. Our year of hell is about a month over. It's our pal Radioactive is in the chat. Admiral Teague. Timmy. I'm pretty sure that Radioactive is a pretty big South Park fan. Now that I have Paramount Plus, I've been catching up on all the South Park that I never watched. I refused to watch South Park. I thought the art was too stupid and too bad for me to have to waste my time with. I'm not going to watch this low effort shit. I didn't realize the jokes were that good. I was wrong. about a couple of things. Beavis and Butthead also
they're
pretty
still
good.
Great.
The
new ones are awesome.
Are great. The new one where he sees fire again.
It's Did you see Old Holio?
No.
He's at the pharmacy to get some prescription. Beavis is, and he's like, "Oh, I'll just help myself then." And he just goes by and just starts popping all the pills. And he gets into the little shopping assistant, the motorized cart, and he's like going down the street. I am Old Holio. It's like
Grok gave me 10 names for him. Let's see. Low energy Timmy. Failing Tim Russ. Lion Tim.
I like failing Tim Russ.
Yeah.
Lion Tim works too. Low energy Tim. We got low energies reserved for someone else.
Clown Tim. Has been Tim Russ. Crooked Tim. I don't know if crooked works.
How about little turd sweeper Russie?
I like. How about we mix Kal-El's suggestion? Failing Tim Rusty.
Failing Tim Rusty Trombone, the litter box cleaner. Well, he ain't found shit in his other sci-fi role, right? I mean, what is he doing but combing a giant litter box? Guys, we're near the end of the episode. Don't worry. So Archer, he's ready to give his milk.
Litter box Tim.
He's able to give his Archer milk, and they load it into this canister, which will disperse into the atmosphere. Shades of Deep Space Nine here.
Very convenient transporter pad. It's just the right size in the right spot.
Yeah.
The Klingons do have superior transporter technology. Maybe it's just a spot that the transporter knows to lock into.
Jolene's looking a little thin here. I noticed in the shot with her full body, like she's extremely thin. And you can see her cheekbones here and wrinkles under her eyes.
There is one cast picture that I never used as a tile where she looks too thin. Maybe I'll show it at the end of the show.
You can see it here.
Yeah, I don't know. We haven't seen Jolene Blaylock in a really long time either. I'd be interested to see if she would do United.
I don't see how they could make it make sense.
Well, Live Nation almost lost control of Ticketmaster last week, so she might have been looking to make a little extra money to make up for the dent that was going to put in that $104 million a day her husband makes.
I know how they can explain how she looks so different is she went on a Trellium relapse, and it's like it's like she had meth, you know. It adds about 45 years to your real age.
She's also smoking that trilithium resin from the inside of the warp engine. She's like, I'll try anything now.
Yeah.
Try anything once.
There you go.
What's your favorite Tim Russ role? Helmsman of the Enterprise B or barium mercenary?
He was so good as Tuvok. Like his performance in Endgame was so good. When he was kind of cognitive decline.
He just played himself in that episode.
Yeah, I mean, I'll never take away his acting ability. He was excellent. He did as good for a Vulcan that anyone could do.
I think him playing Devore in Starship Mine is the baryon sweeper.
Yeah.
So I really love the alternate
cool
design
ships,
of the
by the
Klingon command ship.
Yeah.
The Klingon flagship, the Fleet Admiral's ship is badass. It looks fucking great.
It's sleek. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's definitely Klingon, but a different look. They really put thought into it.
I don't know if he has an older ship that's been upgunned because he's been around longer, or if he's got the first of a newer ship, because the ships behind him look more like the classic Klingon ship, but his is pretty dangerous. Like he's got a pretty dangerous looking ship. And one thing that we can appreciate about his ship and the other Klingon ships that we don't get, like we can see through some parts of the ship where there are gaps in where it connects, but all the parts are connected.
I thought it was the cool spoiler.
The spoiler is badass. What I'm saying is I like that the ship is all connected to itself.
Yeah.
It's like exists in real space.
When they warped in, I really wanted to hear bum 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 bum.
It's another painting quality image. That was pretty good. Keep going, guys.
Yeah. I don't think the chat wants us to hear us singing the entire motion picture.
Hey, we gotta go into some opera.
Well, we know that because of that here. Thank you, Sean, for setting up my joke. After this, when we do the little exchange with the DNA, we could see that the Klingons with the ridges, as opposed to the non-ridged Klingons, we see Worf in unification, proving to us that the Klingons are a very musical people. The ridged ones. The musical talent seems to be in the ridges.
So, other question on this. In SFA, we learned that the Klingons have 4 testicles in two schlongs.
Quadratesticles, JT.
Does that mean that the augments here, like 2 of them just fall off and you lose a schlong?
And the other thing was the body horror of converting one of their New Trek Klingons into a human being means that, they did that to him. Or what, they give him like a Harvey Weinstein and put his testicles in his thighs? Anyway, let's just keep going with this. We're almost at the end of the episode. Any joke at Harvey Weinstein's effect expense is good, and it's okay. The profits of the jokes go to his victims. Anyway, here's his Klingon revealed. We've seen this actor before. He's kind of familiar to us. He's done a great job in this episode, and he's embarrassed. He's lost his cranial ridges, and he's like, I should be like this. I deserve it. It's what I deserve. And by the way, the one thing that we didn't really register, I think the deal was the reason why we have to transport the canister is, yeah, at the research base, it's only as bad as it is. The rest of the planet, it is all over the place.
Mm-hmm.
The rest of the planet, people are all at the edge of death. And it's nice to see everyone. Please hit the like and follows. 30 likes is still the goal.
And didn't Phlox call this whole effort Operation Full Impulse to get this cure?
That's right. This is when they put the Operation Operation Epic Impulse.
Yeah, because their first try to stop this failed with 2 weeks to slow the spread.
Oh yeah, with Project Warp Speed. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
April's like, I'm gonna have to delete this show.
Yeah, just writing down time codes to clip out of the final show. Anyway, we almost made it to the end. Dr. Phlox's bruising here is pretty good, and they even gave him a lacerated orbital bone. That's our thing on Enterprise. We lacerate people's orbital bones, and Phlox's blood is more or less red, which is fine. That's the color of the blood in his eyes.
Yeah, he cleaned up pretty good already. As soon as they got him back on the ship, I don't know, maybe he had some kind of dermal regenerator he could use on himself real quick.
No one likes to use that. It's like a mark of weakness in these Enterprise crew members. But he does have his really cool green, like Mandarin collar doctor jacket on. This is a new outfit for him, isn't it? Show's over. Let's get him a new costume.
I don't know. We might have seen it before.
I don't remember an all green outfit for him. He always has a grayscale check outfit. But he's gonna, live with his shame. And he's like, your females are gorgeous. He's like, yeah. I mean,
who is this actor? He looks the Klingon guy. The doctor? He looks familiar.
He looks a little bit like the bad guy from Invasion USA, which I watched this week.
I'm gonna look up the cast name.
We do a lot of preparation here, folks.
Yeah. Well, I know I've seen him. I'll check it out. Continue, sir. Sorry.
Oh, don't worry about it.
I did like the line that even my Targ won't recognize me.
That was a great line. Archer talking to Paul about, the why do we keep catching people with their eyes closed? Poor Carmen Sandiego here. She has absolutely just no way to get any lines in, but that's not why I stopped it here. JT, the paper towels are in picture. I would just like your comment on how they're doing this week.
They're not in focus, so therefore I'm not as upset. However, they appear to have put the roll on the wrong way.
Yes, they look like they have been illegally. It's like, you know what? Like the stagehand who did that then opened the milk from the wrong side to be a dick, didn't he?
Yes.
He's one of those guys with two different color Converse.
Yeah.
One of those motherfuckers. All right. So we don't think we're going to let you go for too long, and this is where DePaul again starts to intimate that maybe there's something going on. And I do notice that we have matched her Pepto-Bismol pink. Does that maybe some of her outfit match the
she's back
color
in
for engineering?
To me, this is a continuity mistake. She's back into this. Yeah, like they should have had somebody checking this on set, and they filmed something way out of sequence.
Well, this is days later.
Is it really?
We've beamed up to the ship.
Okay.
Oh my god, I'm so stupid, you guys. Yeah, he was the Klingon ambassador in Star Trek 4.
Oh, really?
Yeah, same actor. Starfleet regulations, that's outrageous.
Oh wow, good catch. You should be a cop though. You knew he was someone.
Yeah, he also played a Cardassian in the Maquis Part 2. On DS9.
Okay. Well, you'd never tell. You'd never tell. They're so good at makeup. Like, it would be very difficult if he didn't speak, especially to tell him apart as a Klingon and a Cardassian.
Okay. Yeah. I'm going to pull up the banner again so that we can talk about this next sequence. Poor Mr. Tucker is stuck between a rock and a hard place. T'Pol also she's happy he's around. She's going to try she's going to try her hand at getting through to Mr. Tucker again and see where that gets her. But in his quarters, Mr. Reed.
Desperate. She was desperate there. 100%.
Yeah, she's pretty thirsty for Trip. What can I tell you? She wants that's why we have to end chain migration, right? From Vulcan. But
who should she bring over? Her dad. Her dad went for Klingon or Vulcan cigarettes and never came back. And then the mom.
Talis might still be alive. Oh, no, Talis is dead, but Tamir might still be alive.
Okay.
And Tamir's been to Earth before.
Okay. Yeah, maybe.
Tamir could maybe close a 200-year-old cold case.
But that's it. So, I mean, there's not a lot of links in that chain.
Well, with the first link, the chain is forged.
Irrevocably our own.
With the first word, the first freedom curtailed, chains all of us irrevocably. You know what? So, Paulie Walnuts calls back. He's a piece of shit. And he's talking to Walnuts. I mean, basically, he gets a call from Federation Mob. They're total dicks. We've established this. And Reed's like, I don't dig you. And the guy's like, Harris is, I'm sorry if there is some kind of discomfort. I hope there can be no hard feelings. Reed responds saying that he has been misled and he's only loyal to Captain Archer. Without missing a beat, this guy goes on explaining that to make an omelet, you have to break a few eggs. So going forward, and that's when Reed says, don't ever call me again. And he hangs up on him and he walks back to his bunk.
The second time this guy's been hung up on this episode.
Yeah, it sucks. It's like being me. But what I thought was
except in his case, the last thing he heard was, and I faked it every time.
Yeah, exactly. You know what? This is my problem with this. He goes back to his bunk and he picks up what he was reading and he goes back what he's doing. While that is fine, and that ends our visual presentation of this episode of a very fine episode of Star Trek. I want to just say what was best for the show wasn't the most logical thing to happen next, and might have been so questionable that we might need to talk about this one for a minute. instead of going back to his bunk and going back to what he was doing, making it clear to us, the audience, what happened. Now, Jerm had a theory on this when we got to discuss it a little on his show. It was interesting. Wouldn't you expect Mr. Reed to go over the intercom's next to his bed, to hit the intercom and say, Captain Archer, I've received a rather unwelcome phone call we made. Wanted to try to trace. And then end, you know what I mean? To show that he's loyal.
Yeah.
And he's going to disclose from now on. Like, it was a better, more effective TV ending, I understand, to just end it with him back in bed. And we know in our hearts that he's pretty much done with these people.
Yeah, but at this point, they're in the back of Archer's head, he's like, maybe he staged that.
Does he think Archer is watching him on the Nest cam right now?
Maybe Reed's like, Archer's monitoring me. I'm gonna call.
Got the AI watching my computer line.
Yeah, Reed was blinking Morse code. Like, I'm thinking.
I thought that it was incumbent on the writers to have the episode end with him making that statement to Archer, and then we would have lost nothing and had a stronger. Yeah, because I don't trust him anymore. We just spent too much time making us not trust him.
But remember, this is Star Trek. I mean, we have to trust the main crew. If they're not together in a family, like I consider Reed is redeemed.
I don't, but yeah, we could disagree on that. I think he's, once you cross that bridge, you can't cross back over. That's just how I see it. Maybe I'm being too German about it. I don't know.
Would that be the bridge of spies?
But this is Star Trek, though. I mean, we have to take one of the core things is loyalty and friendship of the main crew. So I choose to think that Reed meant what he said. But that's me. But the practical stuff is you can't trust him. In reality, you're right. But in the Star Trek universe, I think Reed is kind of grown a little bit.
Okay.
But I understand what you're saying, though. You couldn't blame Archer if he didn't believe him.
I would still say he needs to be off the ship. You know.
I would also say, if we're not going to take him off the ship, and we're not, the character should then go and hit that intercom right next to his bed, say that line that I just gave us, and like that, you know. And now we know that he's fully loyal to Archer. Why leave us with that wondering, unless it was intentional?
I don't know.
But you notice, like, how this whole discussion we've had, even despite a little bit of necessarily campy writing, dialogue, rather, not the writing, but the dialogue, we're still having a really good discussion. Like, point, counterpoint, back and forth, and what if, and we're discussing what the characters are doing and why they're doing it and what's all that stuff.
Quite simply, our friends over at Star Trek have made us a very worthy vehicle for conversation. Yeah. And despite several side quests and a few things parked in the tangent parking lot, which is turning into the tangent vagrant parking lot, it's already pretty full after one day.
The same parking lot where the interpretive dance takes place.
It's the same parking lot where She-Hulk lives in a camper waiting for another job, playing an oppressed, allegedly beautiful woman, looking off into space in two different ways. It was a way to keep the door open, have Reed contact Section 31 should the need arise. There's no reason to show the comm right there. They linger on it almost. Like, they keep it in frame. I don't remember the comm panel being next to anyone else's rack. I guess Archer's, but that makes a lot of sense. Although if anyone else needs to have it, it would be Reed and Tucker. So Paul you could get by without it unless she's acting captain. But all right. So I guess the next to the bed intercom switch is fairly standard, but it's really weird. And
well, Reed has links to all the cameras around the ship, so of course he would have it next to his bed.
Is that how he knows that he has a nice bum?
Yeah. Yeah. He's got a box of tissues there.
Very important.
Phlox is always missing, the gel from the decon chamber.
We should go back to the decon chamber one more time.
That's why the paper towel roll goes down a little bit every now and then.
Oh, no.
Reed's the only one who's using those.
All right. So, ever since we have had no new Trek to review, we've had nowhere to go with our insane comments and our insane outlook. But I've had a great time talking Star Trek with my buddies tonight. It's been a strong episode of Enterprise. We'll keep it to a very approachable and watchable 4 hours so that people can take a listen to it. And hopefully the most insane parts are buried in the middle where people are really in the rhythm of our insane sing-song chant where we sing the praises of Star Trek. I guess looking forward from this episode, we can see that this one has particularly rife with implications for the future of the franchise because in Star Trek United, are we going to blow off this fix? Because we can. Will we have some Klingons with and without? It would make sense that the Klingons in United be ridgeless, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or diminished ridges, the way Archer had. At the end of this episode, one of the cool things, guys, is we used Archer as a big germ bag. By the time we get a bunch of hypospray stuff out of him to fix everybody up, he himself has his own cranial ridges. They're very subtle, but they're cool and they're fun. It was another fun little part of this episode that was filled with fun and cool television and storytelling craftsmanship. And this story was like highly visual, as well as this story was conscious that it was answering an unneeded question. It was trying very hard to achieve. The actors were told that this is going to be a heavy lift in Star Trek lore, but we've carefully researched this. We've been workshopping this idea since year one. And, I don't think there's any more they could have done to make it better. I don't think another part would have worked out. The way this episode ends and the next one begins, it's almost as though they are one episode, but it is a whole new episodic chain of events. It's just that we segue and we pick up on where we were segueing from. So that's where I was. T'Pring from TOS is hot, and the T'Pring that we have in Enterprise is also real cute. I don't know if we bring her back for our final episode. I guess she's on Vulcan with the USB stick of Serac, learning some scary knowledge. I'm sorry to say that when we bring her back, we will see her again on Star Trek about 20 weeks from now in TOS when we get to the episode Amok Time. So you'll see. Unfortunately, she's played by like an 80-year-old woman, or it's the 60s. So
you're thinking of T'Pau. T'Pring was Spock's wife.
Yeah, I'm sorry. We don't.
T'Pring was
right. T'Pring was very hot, and very, very, very hot. And no, we had T'Pau, who is the arbiter of that marriage. And unfortunately, she's played by like a 300-year-old woman. But what I was saying is since it was 1966, that woman may have only been 40. People used to age a lot harder than we do these days. I think maybe not treating ourselves like shit might be part of why we're aging better than subsequent previous generations. But with that being said, I think that we have this pretty much wrapped up. It was a great episode of Star Trek. And I'll just get our final grades from our panel. Let's start with JT.
Yeah, so this was part 2 of a 2-part story that I think was rightfully made into an extended story over that arc. This handling of Section 31, I think, deserves like an even C right down the middle. It could have gone way worse. It could have also been written where Section 31 was far more clever than they were. I also do not have it lost on me that the same thing that they did to try to take out the founders was kind of the same related method that they tried to help the Klingons out with. So it was kind of like it was poetry. It rhymes a little bit there. Just it's not identical, but it's like poetry. It rhymes, and I'll leave that part there. The rest of it, I think.
Yeah, my
really,
thought was how many ways do you deliver an atmospheric spray? You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's so then the other thing that you have to think about it is Klingons, and how do we tell this story that we wanted to tell probably since even season 1 about how would one go about fixing the visual difference, the divergence between TOS Klingons and TNG and later era Klingons. And so this piece of lore now, this piece of canon, I think does a pretty darn good job. I don't really think there's another
we're tired of the
story.
Star Wars people owning us in the arguments. We're going to fix this loophole in our canon.
Yeah, exactly. So I think they, I don't know if there's really a better way that they could have done this, especially with having to do it on screen. You could have done it in a book, maybe in a more diabolical or creative way. But here, yeah, but I'm saying it's not like there isn't a better way that could ever come about that would have been more believable or something like that. But for the purposes of TV, I think this was the strongest way to do it. I love that they had Dr. Phlox there. The actor is great. They really gave him a chance to shine. I think that actually maybe Archer was not, Bakula was not the strongest actor in this 2-part series. The Klingon doctor I loved. They didn't dwell too much on any one type of argument. There were some fun lines in there that weren't Marvel kind of, just way too saccharine, way too aha when it's not appropriate. We had a ton of cool ship action the whole time with the Birds of Prey, the Klingon flagship, and then Columbia and Enterprise doing their bit, right? And so
when you say Columbian Enterprise, now I'm like imagining just like a bunch of Colombians like flying the Enterprise.
The Colombian Enterprise, yeah.
My favorite restaurant is the Colombian restaurant, so I don't want to put it down. I would want to know. I would trade for their chef.
Admiral.
I see.
I'm sorry. We have someone backstage.
Let me beam.
They have a little white powdery deuterium that they inject into the warp core, and it gives warp.
Hey,
Mark.
This has been a great show.
Sorry, how long was I leaving the basement?
No. I was in and out, Lurk. I was out tonight, but I happened to catch the bit where you said you were gonna try to change your language patterns, and then
we've changed it to know what I'm saying.
Yeah, so it was like, and I do the same things too. But hail everyone, and can you see this new beauty? That's I found a spot in the room right there. I think I'll just have that stay there. So thank you everyone who was there for the unboxing. I guess.
Yeah, I'm sorry I missed the stream, man. I would have loved to have been on there. I just didn't see the message.
Well, we'll do another one. We'll do another unboxing, just a pretend unboxing. We'll do a flyby. We'll do a flyby with the Star Trek model guy. But
for a moment, let's again, we'll park the model in the tangent parking lot for a moment. We'll finish up our grades on this episode. And JT was just finishing up, and then I'd love to hear your thoughts on this one too. So think about this one while JT goes, and then we'll talk to Sean, and then we'll talk to you, and then we'll talk about that great model, which we all enjoyed unboxing. If everyone wants to hang out for a little while longer, and welcome aboard, sir. All right, so JT,
sure. Just to summarize, is it the best episode of Star Trek ever, or even of Enterprise? No.
Of course,
is it a lot of fun? Yeah, it is, and it doesn't hurt canon. I think it helps it. It tells a compelling story, and really, I think they could have written out Section 31 out of this, but I think they just couldn't resist. So I will give this.
They were origining everything, right? Like, we wanted to,
right.
they might have gotten caught up in being first to do it just a little, but they're going to lose their show. Everyone's resumes like all over town. They're trying to get jobs.
So I
At
give it
least
a
they're
90.
trying to write themselves into a better job, right? Or to a new job too. That they're not. They're like, hey, we're supposed to wind down Star Trek. We're going to take that seriously. This is the TV institution. Like, the people will curse our names if we fuck this up.
Exactly. So in the end, I'll score it at an A-, a 91.
Oh,
that does
nice.
Great. Wow. All right. Well, I'm gonna give this one to Sean now to go.
Yeah, I'm right there with you. It's like I guess I'll go between German and JT and just give it the A. Well, yeah. So if an A- is a 91, I'll get I guess A- 90. It's not the best ever, but I really appreciate all the great special effects they did, the thoughts that they put into it, the shot construction on the battles was amazing. The ship design was so cool, and even though like we said, the kind of shoehorning in Section 31, that whole thing, they kind of shoehorned in the explaining the Klingon ridges and stuff, but at least they addressed it, and we may not like it. You're never going to please everyone. I don't think there's a way to actually make it perfect at all for you. Anyone who even likes it is going to they're going to admit there's some issues with it, but at least they tried. At least they tied the series together. They tied the looks together. They gave us something, and it shows that they care about the fans and care about the continuity. And I have to give them enormous kudos for that.
And Kodo's got writing credits going all the way back to TNG, so like he has a right to make a Star Trek statement for sure. Well, he's like 15 years into this, man, easily making contributions to every single person. Okay, so your grade is an A.
I give it an A.
I see your super chat. Okay. No problem. So that's your grade. Do you want to put a number on it, or are you good?
Yeah, I give it a 90.
Okay.
There's better, and the cool thing is, even through all this, there is some science fiction. There is some things that we talked about. We talked about Reed's dilemma, Archer's dilemma, and does he keep him? Does he get rid of him? Does he forgive him? There's a lot of really kind of deep issues here to explore and talk about, and it's all wrapped up in a cool story that blends some continuity together and tells a cool action. I mean, it's got everything. So totally, because I mean, we do get good science fiction in this episode, or in this two-parter. You got some cool augment stuff. You got ethics with what do you do with a group of people that could potentially kill millions. Like, do you get rid of them? It's a lot of cool stuff.
Okay, Sean, thank you very much. And before you go, do you want me to big in Mark again so you can see the ship? Look at this.
Yeah, I want to see that one more time. Yeah, because I'm gonna have to duck out here.
I'll get out of the way. Yep.
She's
I can't really pick it up. It's so heavy. I don't want to mess it. It's kind of
no. You don't want to touch that.
Yeah,
When
you don't want to
let
me just grab it.
When he pulled it out of the box, it sounded like Trump when he's doing the trans weightlifter thing. He's like, ah!
It's too heavy.
How nervous were you, Mark, taking that thing out of the box?
Well, I was very nervous because I've seen some defects that people have had, and a lot of them are going back.
Yeah, you were probably nervous about that. But I'm saying, like, as far as being scared to
lifting
drop
it too. Yes, so on both ends, I was worried about lifting it, and but you grab it by the. They show you how to lift it. They grab it by the saucer section, and then they have these struts in here, but I guess you can kind of leave it. It's really not on the struts.
I was looking very hard to see if I could detect the struts. I'm like, I think I see the struts are on there now.
See, I think I would have put a onesie on it and cradled it. Yeah, I would have put a onesie on and cradled it and gotten a car seat for it.
That will be the heaviest baby ever.
I was saying that I was admiring the people and wanting to investigate the technology from the movie Downsizing so that I could be reduced in size and simply live inside the ship.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right?
You'd be about a millimeter or two tall.
Yeah. Kal-El, there's actually I do have my Spock from the Enterprise bridge back in the 70s. That's one of the few pieces surviving. Remember, you could build the bridge, so that's the Spock. So let's see. He's out of scale, though. Yeah.
Oh, Mark, did you
a little bit?
did you hear there's a rumor that there's a TNG bridge Lego set in the works?
That would be really cool. Yeah,
I'd rather have the TOS Enterprise or Voyager.
TOS though better. Yeah, but I guess they're going with TNG first. It looks like, but and Kal-El, yeah, there's no sound effects, which they could have added some sound effects to it.
You know what? You could rig some up.
Rig some up pretty easily with the base.
Yeah.
And actually, what I'm doing, I'm 3D printing right now a base that puts the ship at a 5-degree angle.
Oh, nice.
Because it's leaning forward a little bit. Not that it's bad. You know, the Enterprise, you get that great shot where it's got a little lean, but it does have she has a little tilt to herself right there. So no sound effects, which I was surprised. I don't know if there'd been more licensing money or but it would have been super easy for them, especially with the phaser shots and the photons. They probably should have had that.
I was surprised because I watched the whole stream the replay. I was surprised they didn't give you a USB charger.
Yeah.
Or the USB connector. Like, imagine opening that thing. You're like,
I was a little stunned too.
Like, did they at least tell you that you need to order one or something?
Well, you knew ahead of time, and they told me was reaching out to you.
Okay, so they pre-warned you, like
they
you may
pre-warned
need to order
you, yeah.
something.
So at least, and the problem is it's two amps. So all the new chargers are for like USB-C, and they do 30 watts and stuff. So you had to have a special, not special, but like an old one. I found one that was 1 amp, and it seems to be working.
Question: Are these? Is this a European company? Is it?
No, Tommy's Tommy USA, I believe.
Oh, okay. I was going to say it would make sense if they didn't have.
But no, but they're based in. Well, I think they've got a. Well, Tommy is it Japanese? Tommy's Japanese, but I believe they have a. This is Tommy Plus, so I'm not sure. But of course, everything is made in China.
Doesn't have the Japanese. The Japanese have different EPS conduits than we do.
Yeah. So and it was this. Part of the company that made this, I'm not sure if they're where they're based, but everything's coming from most of the time it's coming from China. And then the latest thing that's coming out is the Klingon D7, which I didn't get. I kind of wish funds are not unlimited, so this was always a dream to have this ship. But I think like the original Enterprise is selling for like $2,000 on Fleabay right now. In 1701, and the refit, who knows what's going to happen. And you don't buy these things for investments or to flip them.
No,
some people do, but it's because I love it so much. But
it's not far off of the price at the 1701D Lego, which was $399.
Yeah, Mark sounded just like Pat. Yeah. Mark sounded just like Pat, and they were talking about the ship. He's like, "I love it. God help me, I do love it so."
I do love it so. Yeah. But the Klingon D7 has a remote control for the lights, which is a shame that this ship didn't have. Because think if you put it up like on a high shelf or in a glass case, it would be really nice to have. And I think it's got a timer. I think the LEDs go off after a while too.
Well, that's good at least. Yeah,
it's good, but like say you had it in a spot where. I watched the some of the Enterprise episodes today. And I kept watching. I started in the Mirror Darkly. I got to save it for next week. And I almost started to cry today watching this episode because I'm like, we've lost good Star Trek. It was just like
I got a couple stinkers.
I was told not to use the term "what we've left behind" as the name of the video to describe how terrible Starfleet Academy is. It's just like, although it's catchy,
it's just catchy. You might get in trouble.
It's just too irreverent.
Well, that was the name of the DS9 documentary.
Yeah.
Well, I would have altered it just enough, all we've left behind or what we've lost, because I think that's the only thing that really describes where we are with this franchise. I don't know if there's anyone who could explain it. Let's see.
Steam is better. Sir, honestly, the dogs are better. Sir, I have the man. Sir, my name is Raisin. $1 billion, sir. $1.1 billion, sir. Sir, he has a cold. Don't shake his head. Sir. Sir.
All right. So
you could
really
title it "Let Us Sit Upon the Ground and Tell Sad Stories of the Deaths of Kings."
I either have to beam you off, or you're going to hang out, and I'm going to do my review.
Because I'm look at the
episode.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out, you guys. I do need to go. I have to work tomorrow.
Before you go, though, I mean, look, sir, look who it is, sir. It doesn't matter.
Hold on, let me hit the button.
Admiral Teague, incoming super chat.
You know what? No, that one gets. I'm sorry. Before I go, that one's got to get the Wes Cagle special sound.
That one. It. That one. I know which one you're talking about.
It doesn't matter. Nobody cares.
Yeah.
There you go, West, for you.
Here we go. Here, okay, I got it. Here's the Wes Cagle sound clip.
Program identified. Loading Pride Weather Simulation West Cagle 2.
You know what? Kal-El?
No.
That might be the name.
That's a great one, Kal-El.
Kal-El, I want to thank you. You know what? You guys have a voice in this. You know,
two great suggestions by Kal-El tonight.
That's a good one, yeah.
Kal-El, you know what? A value
Tim Rusty and
really showing his worth. The Tim Rusty one is great.
Tim Rusty.
I just wanted to take a look at our poll before I end before I give my thoughts. This is what our audience thinks. What grade do you give Divergence? A, 42%, B, 29%. That's a lot of people thinking this is high quality Star Trek. That is 71%. That's amazing.
Yeah, I love this
71%
episode,
think it's an A or a B. And Wes Cagle is flying that pride flag that keeps YouTube from striking the channel. Guys, use all the intersectional salutes and stuff you want. It's what must people think when they come and see this channel's chat? These guys seem okay. They're making jokes about Trump and like everything's going by in the chat. I was gonna make a Pride Weather in the name of Pride Weather emoji where it was the rainbow flag behind him with Pride Weather in front, like with that look on his face. And I'm like, I can't have that be one of my emojis and people see that in chat, or they they'll think it's like Jesse Gender here. But
fuck that guy.
We had a great amount of responses. C, 8%, DF 21%. A significant amount of people didn't want the original continuity. Well, I can see
on
that.
The Klingon thing, felt
strongly about the Klingon thing. So emotions run deep when it comes to Star Trek, and we appreciate that. The number one answer is A with 42%. And now the Admiral's going to give his take on this. You know what? We tried very hard to make both of these ships look different, sometimes to the point of distraction. However, almost everything they did was extremely effective, except for the glowing neon tubes behind the captain of the Columbia chair. That was horrible. Although this episode did a lot, it didn't do anything that I consider busy work or obligatory or boring. I thought that it was able to stay within canon while blazing new trails and closing an intellectual gap in Star Trek. And I dare say that I think that Gene Roddenberry himself would have been proud of this episode. I think that everything Star Trek about kind of happens in this episode. We have like new technology. We have the human potential. We have interspecial relationships that make sense and an interspecial relationship is between one male and one female. All right.
So say we all.
Except for Phlox.
Yeah. Except for Phlox, where he has 6 wives and 6 husbands. But Phlox takes a lot of aspirin. That's why he went into the medical field. It's like, I want a job that takes up most of my time, so I don't have to see my 6 wives. But we used our strongest actor, and there was no conflict with the way we saw him with John Billingsley. I mean, strongest actor outside of our captain and I would say our holy trinity in this show has been the captain, T'Pol, and Trip, with Malcolm taking over because there was a place in this story for Mr. Prideweather, and he just was not up to being the actor that they needed him to be. He did a good job, but not good enough. He was dwarfed by the actors around him. I was impressed by the acting of Connor Trinier. I thought he was fantastic in this. I thought all performances were great. I thought that this was a very effective story to bridge the gap, and I appreciated it. And I felt that this came straight from the heart. So I give this one an A+ and place it within the top 100 episodes all time of Star Trek.
Wow.
Yeah.
High praise, yeah.
It's better than 6 out of every 7 other episodes, more or less. It was really, really, really good. And I was really pleased. So that ends our coverage of the show.
Oh wait, I gotta go. I gotta
just jamming. Yeah, now Mark has to go. Well, that's what I meant. Is we just jamming. Mark, who was not here for
I'm a latecomer, yeah. So
it does get to weigh in, and I can't. Yes, I was just telling everyone before. I'll do it again for you. I pre-apologize and re-apologize to everyone who's ever been on my panel, because I've been doing a lot of panels and collabing around lately. And the other day, it was a great panel, and the guy was a great guy. I have no ill will. I've been the mod who's done this enough, so I'm like uniquely prepared to deal with this. But I was asked a question that was taken over by someone else, and then asked the question and moved on from, and all I said the whole show is, well.
Now I'm going to take over. No. It's tough though. With these panels are tough too. I mean, and I always want to be respectful of every. Yeah, so it's only natural
a lot of them run on chaotic energy. This one we have because chaotic energy is so great, but anyone can do it. This channel strives to do something else. Yes, we have the chaos and the fun, and we go back to middle school and we make a lot of jokes and we yell sir, and we have a good time, and we love all of you and we care about everybody. But at the same time, what we also do is, we want to be respectful to the material and have a conversation that consistently, when I take the transcript and run it through Grok, is assessed to be at a 122 to 132 IQ conversation, with the funniest person being assessed as me. But that's my personal guess. But I want to just say I am sorry for every time I've ever forgot to let someone finish a point or ask someone a question and then answered it myself. Like, I've been through that this week. No one does it on purpose.
Can I finish, please?
Exactly. That's why that's a meme on all shows. You know what? That chaotic energy, that's beginner city and weak sauce. Me saying, it's like, that's beginner city and weak sauce. It's still going to happen. It's not going to be perfect, but you guys deserve the best Star Trek show you can get, especially as we move into the original series. We have workshopped DM to Mike Sussman, as he is credited on this show, Michael B. Sussman, as he is known now. And we think his vision of Star Trek is great. And I'm going to say right now that if he should become the new Star Trek showrunner, I think not only does he have the talent, but he's shown that he knows how to reach out and talk to fans. Whether or not he does anything I ever think or has a character called Admiral Teague referenced in a fucking side conversation without being on screen, being a great military hero like Patton, or nothing of the above, when he gets his show, I think that he has showed me that I will still rate him as fairly and as even-handedly as I always have, but I am absolutely sure that he has the touch of the common man and the brilliance of a Star Trek creator. Remember, he is from the chain of people who were hired by Gene and then hired their own people. He was hired by good TV people who were good sci-fi people who trained and mentored people who were talented. I believe that he stands with everyone else, and I think that if things go right, I could be wrong. I can't see the future, but no one said this about Alex Kurtzman. I am saying this about Mike Sussman. I have great confidence that he could produce Star Trek worth watching, that I would be interested in. And the Tachyon Pulse is insane if he thinks that we should mix this with the Alex Kurtzman garbage. Nothing Mike Sussman has written should ever be mentioned in the same breath. You filthy the name of Enterprise when you mention it with New Trek. How dare you speak it in the same breath? Judge Aaron Settee said that we should never, with the first terrible episode, irrevocably changes the entire franchise. How's that for comeuppance? You suck. And I'm supposed to beam off Sean. I fucked up. Sean,
no, it's fine. No. I wanted to hear Mark's grade before I.
Oh, but my grade is my highest A. So there we go, Mark.
Your highest A, high A. Yeah, I'll make it not too long so Sean get off. But
no, that's fine. Take your time.
No. But yeah, I just love this episode.
Sean got off looking at the pictures of Hoshi earlier.
I gotta watch my phrasing.
That's actually why I have to go. But...
It's a happy marriage.
Well, we always want a happy ending to the show, but yeah, I mean, I seriously though, I did start to almost like tear up today just watching this, just because I'm like, this is so good, and we don't have, it's the end of good Star Trek, and it's just so well done, and you really get invested in these characters, and I just love the the explanation for the Klingons. For years we were always speculating, it's just a different race on the planet, which works too, right? You can have different races and could have looked differently, but it was always a glaring hole. So I loved how they kind of put this into, like, they were trying to do augments like the Federation had done, or Khan, before the Federation existed. You had these augments, and of course you get them later in Deep Space Nine. I don't like the Section 31 stuff. If it had just been like, a spy mission, a secret mission, I hate the whole concept of Section 31. If it had just been something like, oh, we need you to,
I have
an old
a burning
commander.
hatred of them after that show.
Yeah, well, after the show too. But if you just had like, an old army, Patton, comes back to you and says, yeah, I haven't seen, been in touch with you for years, Admiral, but we need you need to do the special mission for us undercover, that kind of stuff. I just hate the whole Section 31, and it's in the charter, like, Archer doesn't know the charter, Section 31. So I don't like that. I don't mind the setup though. I just don't like the whole concept, the way it evolved. But yeah, just great interaction. Archer is just so good in this with Reed, and his loyalty there. And of course, T'Pol. I think the best scene was Trip at the end. With they had like a throwback, Star Trek jokes. With T'Pol almost telling a joke, and of course the scene before that where Trip is like, I'm going back, and he's basically making T'Pol say like, you want to be with me, and then they share that kiss. They've got good chemistry there. And
yeah.
And then he says, well, actually, 3 days ago or 2 days ago, I said I would stay on the Enterprise anyway, which we all knew was going to happen anyway. It was kind of it was a fun mechanism there to try to...
is I've been having sex with half the engineering crew over on the
Right?
Columbia.
Seth MacFarlane has been on the Columbia too. No, but that's a
Rivers and I have been having an improper time. Don't ask, don't tell. You know what they say to Paul?
But what a great setup. And then she goes and dives into Trip to give him the kiss. So, but it's built up over time, and it's like an earned moment. And that we know there's only a few more episodes left, and they know it by this point. And it's just so believable. And I did like the blue outfit that T'Pol was wearing. I don't know why she switches outfits so much, but I did like the blue outfit.
She's got a big closet in those quarters.
Like a big closet, but this
as long
episode
as they're
hits,
all skin tight, I don't care. My favorite is the New England Patriots uniform.
that one's good too. Well, they're all good, but and Phlox, this is a great Phlox tour de force too. These 2 episodes. I mean, he gets tortured and he won't give in. Right? He's like, I'm not going to create augments, and he's a badass in this episode. And John Schmuck is a Klingon who's
here and there, but he's not the horror story that he is in some episodes where he's just like, I'll just do this horrible thing and everything will be fine.
Yeah. So this was really well done with, Archer coming in to save him. He's like, well, wait, Captain, I need, 5 more hours to save millions of people. And the Klingon healer too was well done. Like that's how they could have done Jaden.
He didn't turn into Space Fauci either. They were like, calm down there. He's like,
Mark, did you recognize that actor?
Oh yeah, John Schmuck. I definitely recognize him. Yeah. So,
I was like, he looks familiar, and then I'm like, he was the Klingon ambassador in Star Trek 4.
And did he play the android in the Get Smart show? He played some kind of android. I thought John Schmuck. I could be mixing up the actors, but I recognize John Schmuck. Yeah, and of course he's more. That's his name, right? John Schmuck.
It's
right?
Shuck. There's no
Shuck.
M.
Oh, Shuck. Did I say Schmuck?
Yeah, he said Schmuck.
Sorry, it's late.
Schmuck is the part of the foreskin.
I'm sure he's heard that a few times.
He's heard that. Yeah, he's a good actor. Yeah, he was.
When circumcision occurs, the schmuck is the piece which is removed. Now, if you sew enough of them together, you have a wallet that turns into a suitcase, ladies and gentlemen.
So, wallet that turns into a suitcase.
Is the schmuck the trimmings from a bris?
The schmuck.
No.
Yes, it is. You didn't know that?
Is that?
I live in New York. I speak like 100 words of Yiddish. Yeah.
Oh my god.
Oh well.
Your schmeckel is your penis. Smegma is the goo from under.
No, we don't need. We don't need. We're okay.
Earmuffs. Yeah.
Well, wait till you find out what a Vildakaya is. Paul is a Vildakaya.
Well, anywho, Shuck was good in this episode, and the Klingon. I was going to say that's how Jaden could have done it. A Klingon healer was kind of an outcast, but not necessarily walking around in a dress the whole time. But but he was an outcast. My father was a warrior, and I was an outcast. My family disowned me. There's ways to do that, and show that. But you got to have Klingon healers, right? I mean, you got to have scientists.
Yeah.
They've got warp drive, so it's not everyone just can't be a Rambo type character or a warrior. So that does make sense.
That they would kind of revere them, because I know like in the Marines, they generally hate Navy guys, but they love the corpsmen. The corpsmen and the Marines are Navy.
Well, no, you're misquoting President Obama.
People know they're medics, just so you know.
Medics is in the Army. The Marines have the corpsmen.
What?
Excuse me. I got to correct everyone. You're making President Obama look bad. It's the corpsmen. Just so we know.
There you go, the corpsmen.
It's the corpsmen. We got to say it like President Obama did.
Yeah.
I thought that Spider-Man was pretty good as the corpsman, but we all know that he uses spider powers to avoid the bullets. By the way, Kal-El is absolutely right. The musical scores from the movies that are not modern pop songs are fucking great.
Yeah.
Michael Giacchino should stay with Star Trek. Michael Giacchino is the one thing I would say we'll keep with Star Trek. J.J. Abrams, he got by because his casting people were so fucking good. Zachary Quinto has proven it in several roles. He's in every season of American Horror Story. He now has a doctor show where it is very popular and he's doing well. People love Zachary Quinto. He's a good actor. People will put him on. He's a good actor. He will get people to turn on their TV.
There's one for you, Mark.
Yeah, he was good. I like that. Yeah. And where's my slide rule? Do I have my slide rule here? But he was great in Heroes.
Radioactive. They probably do.
Slide
Yeah.
rules in the other room.
Heroes with our pal Ali.
Wait,
Larder.
Mark? How do you not have a slide rule within reach in any room?
Buddy, thank you for
It's in
modding
the
the
other
channel all
room.
night and
Apologize,
doing
yeah.
such a great job. Have a great night. You were an integral part of our show. And we can't seem to
Calipers.
wrap it up in under 5 hours. So,
Right.
Sean, since you're still here, maybe you want to tell people what's going on. Let's help out Resurrection Rooster. On this Wednesday night, people may not have heard of this, but there's an upcoming YouTuber I like to support. His name is Doomcock, and Sean is on his show. And Sean, what will you and Resurrection Rooster be talking about this week? What's the movie of the week?
I think we're doing a Bond film. I can't remember which one.
Would you ask him if he would consider reviewing Blood-Sucking Freaks for me?
Is that a horror film?
He responded. Let me put it this way: like Doomcock responded immediately and effusively with like 3 comments in a row when I said, "I'm more of a Blood-Sucking Freaks man myself." That was the movie I bought a VHS to watch. So yeah, I think you'll get a good reaction from him.
And by the way, Mark, within reach of my bed, I have a speculum.
No, that's always good for inspecting things.
Yeah.
I have some stuff from the Enterprise Medical Bay, things that you might see in the NX-01 for $10,000, Gene. Moving on, Mark, what's going on with you this week?
Wait, hold on. You got to beat me off, Admiral. I got to go.
Oh,
yeah, get him out of here. Yeah.
He's really
all right,
late.
guys.
Okay, bye,
sign the petition. Here's the link. Okay.
To save
See you
Starfleet
guys.
Academy.
Bye.
See you, Sean.
No, to not bring it. Goodbye.
Yeah. Killing Sean. Yeah.
Send for Albert Einstein. Sir, he's very busy. Sir, that was so controversial. Steam is better.
Sir, honestly, the dogs are better.
Sir, I have the man. Sir, my name is Raisin. $1 billion, sir. $1.1 billion, sir.
Sir, he has a cold. Don't shake his head.
Sir.
$1 billion, $1.1 billion.
I need to when I saw those, I had to put them in a row. They were so perfect. I want to have them for was like, how much do you think that this project cost? It's $1 billion, sir. $1.1 trillion, sir. It just works. I don't know. I'm good with sound bites. I've had some since here's the thing. The first soundbite that started my first show, I can't bring myself to delete. I can't bring myself to delete the first soundbite that started my first show. It's the story of the exploding aircraft carriers. Like, the Admiral came personally to see the damage. The Admiral said the ship might not be salvageable. I have no doubt that we can fix this ship, but should we, as a Navy, bother to commit the funds to a ship that's already 30 years old, which has suffered a devastating explosion? It may be time to tow it out to sea and sink it as an honor. And I'm like, you know what? This is exactly how I feel about fucking Star Trek. I can never delete that. But I want to thank everybody. We got what you're doing, right, Mark? I've got Sunday Night Geekery. So
10:30 p.m. Eastern. Be there, be square, and we'll be talking more Enterprise model. I got a couple. You want me to show some pictures, or no? It's too late now.
Yeah, no, we have time. I mean,
we have time. Yeah, I can show
people. The analytic is a little bit blown. As long as we get it in under 5 hours, because we're at 4:46.
Yeah.
So I have
I got a few pictures I can show here.
Yeah,
just
cool. Anyone still here wants to see it.
Yeah, so we'll do some more Enterprise stuff.
We'll make you large and in charge.
Well, you already hear that. No, I just shared my screen. If you want to see some close-ups, I took. Yeah.
Okay, I get it. Yeah. $1 million, sir.
$1 million.
How do I do this? We have to call Albert Einstein.
There we go. There's some cool
comments. Hold on, don't advance it yet.
Yeah.
I've been streaming for so long that I have streamer brain.
Streamer
That's
brain,
why I
yeah, it
totally
happens.
can't blame that one host for like asking me a question and then letting someone else answer it, and then asking me another question and answering it himself. I'm like, I've definitely done that, so I'm just gonna shut the fuck up.
But yeah, so I don't know. It kind of comes through in some of the pictures. You can see the pearlescent paint actually changes color, and I don't have many light leaks. I got to say, very minimal light leaks. But, Sean's not here as the expert model builder. But what happens when you join the panels together, you get some light leaks.
Some light at the seams and at the weak parts, but what we saw here was we saw them bevel in from behind on the nacelle to use the light leak as an aesthetic upgrade and make it look beautiful, because the NCC 1701 on the back of the nacelle is supposed to be lit from the outside, but it's lit from within by an intentional light leak. I would call that beveling, I suppose. But as you can see here, this is a very high quality thing. When Mark pulled this out, like I said, it was like a trans weightlifter. He's like, I'm gonna do it for you, Mom. And
you got me.
He jerked it free of the fucking packaging and sir.
Of course, I've been lifting, so yeah, it wasn't too bad. But just all the details here, all the like if you
how big the weird shuttle that I guess we would call it a work pod shuttle that Scotty brings in by the Glamour pass to ship in, because there's the docking bay for that.
Yeah, there's the Vulcan shuttle. Yeah.
Well, the Vulcan shuttle docks behind the back of the bridge, right?
Yeah, but it also fits on this. It'll fit here as well too. You can side dock.
Standard airlock.
It'll fit. It's a standard size. Yeah. But all this work, Sean has built these, but this is a ton of work to do. This type of build, with all the decals and everything, especially, it's just a little minor imperfections, so I can't say it's perfect. But if I tried to build something like this, and this is mass produced, so not that I'm making excuses. A lot of people are sending theirs back, I'm seeing, but this one was a pretty damn good. I was very happy with.
We live in a world where every single person who sends it back makes a media footprint, and their competitors amplify it. But versus the amount of products sold, if it's not approaching 5%, I would say 95% is pretty damn good, right? It's not like the motherfucker who stole my Yankee hat.
Yep.
I bought a 1996 Yankee hat. I'll get it like by 2009. I in time for the anniversary of the World Series of 2009.
But you can see the pearlescent paint here. That picture actually grabbed it, so it's beautiful when you walk by with the light.
Great.
That's amazing.
Yeah.
They did an amazing job with
Is sunlight
the paint on this.
different on it, or you keep sunlight far away from this thing?
I keep sunlight far away, and I have special tint on I have the tinted window, or the filter on the window. But yeah, you can see part of the bridge inside there. So they really went all out, and there's minor stuff.
If you could shrink and imprison people inside there and make them live the life of the Starship crew the way they did in Black Mirror, would you do that?
I was just going to say Black Mirror, except they had they didn't have the right parts to fully enjoy being on the crew, but
you would let them be fully functional. Well, they're fully functional at the end, aren't they?
I think at the end they are.
Pull that off, yeah.
Well, then they have the sequel in the next season where they're actually trying to stay alive because people are in the video game and some of the crew actually get killed.
Right.
And they get killed in the video game, and they're gone. I mean, they're deleted. So,
well, Jesse Plimson dies in episode 1, I think.
He gets put into a null space area, and he's just like stuck. I think for eternity.
He gets being John Malkovich.
Yeah. So he's stuck.
Fate worse than death.
Which is worse than death. Yeah.
Eternal incelism, right?
Yeah, so this is just so good. So the lines are.
I love that you can see in like
not a bottle of wine
in the observation lounge or down into the arboretum, and then the shuttle bay. It's just cool. Some nice touches. They could have closed that all up.
I wish you could see the rec room and also into Aaliyah's asshole area where she puts on the weird band on her head so she can dress like an asshole. By the way, doesn't it look like I'm just like chugging a bottle of wine because I went and got the city-sized bottle of Stella?
What did that cost? $20 in New York City.
What I did was I carjacked someone. I sold the gas, and then I just left the car. They'll have to be fined to get that towed away because it'll take gas to do that. And I used the money that I got from selling the gas to buy beer and heroin.
That's a nice shot there. Yeah, and the dish looks gorgeous too. So they did a really nice job with the lighting. So there's our dining room table there. I'm like, can I put this in the dining room for Easter? My wife's like, over my dead body. Yeah.
Yeah, no. It's like I
We
just see
joke.
that like with like the pig with the apple in its mouth because like pork is pretty popular on Easter, and I guess because you should only eat something that bad for you once a year. It's like the other white meat. It's like okay. You tell us that. You try to tell me that. Look at that. Almost no refracted light.
Yeah, so we do an Easter omelet. The Italian, I don't know if it's Italian or all the Italian. We've had it for years. So Grandma makes like a lot of eggs and cheese and sausage and like this big Easter omelet. And we have a ham too. You gotta have a ham, right? Ham it up.
Yeah, exactly. So at any rate, I think what we're going to do is we're finally going to close down tonight's show. As we get in one stairway to heaven under 5 hours, which means a lot of time.
Let's go.
Right?
Yeah.
You should subscribe to Mark's channel. It's on the bottom of my homepage. You should come back and watch any parts of this show that you missed tomorrow. I appreciate that so many people hung with us for so long. You know what? It's really flattering, and we're going to lead the Starfleet community into the future, which means having a voice in the future of the show. Will they listen to us? I don't promise that. Will the next show be good? I can't see into the future. Will there be an end to Alex Kurtzman? Even Doomcock has said it now. I think that Alex Kurtzman is gone. I think that we have a great future with Mike Sussman. I think that he should be given a chance to run Star Trek as a showrunner. And if the TV streaming side, I believe that if you give the TV side of the franchise to Mike Sussman, he'll give you a show so good you're going to have to put it on regular TV. Star Trek should be a 1 hour show, good enough for regular TV, so good that you'll watch through commercials. And that's always been our stand on this show. We'll be back more when there's more new Trek. But until then, next week, we're going to see a bunch of hot green chicks dance around in an episode that I just fucking love, where we just kind of celebrate the idea that Star Trek exists.
That was enthralling.
Yes. Honestly,
in more ways than one.
The episode, there are hotter chicks on the ship, but these girls are beautiful. We've said it all. You know what? I'm not even going to do Sydney Sweeney tonight. I think what I'll do is I'll beam us.
You got green chicks. You got green chicks for us.
Yeah. Wait.
All
You're
right.
not going to do Sydney Sweeney tonight. We need to clip that.
Well played, Sydney Sweeney. Yeah, you know what? It says every guy in the world but one. I guess I do owe a little media. So yeah, let's get let's move to another franchise.
Do you want the Star Wars trilogy and the mythology to go beyond your lifetime?
No. 3 will be the last film, and it'll be a 6-part series, and that'll be the end of it.
Incorrect. You're not mentoring someone to take over for you?
No, it's
Automatic defense procedures initiated.
There may be other venues for it, but not in the theatrical release.
Okay.
Can I finish?